Hello and welcome back, everyone. Just finishing up our breakfast here. We are going to be playing a little bit of Austria and answering question. I guess let's show the state of affairs as it stands. We have conquered a very big chunk of Europe here. We're having it under our control by 1486, and I've been doing it diplomatically, and honestly, this has felt just super smooth as Austria. We have a couple people who are high in antagonism, but honestly, like, we're hitting a context where we can start to turn and burn, and we feel this feels just so comfortable what we're doing here. We're certainly fine with it. And I've been thinking about just expansion in general and how much better subject expansion just seems. I think you're supposed to do a little bit of both, but we haven't really been using our cabinet actions for any type of integration, really. And then, like, when you take a look at what we're using our cabinet actions for, it's like Diplo-Rep and Diplo-Core. We're using a little for integration right now, I guess. And then assimilation. This is our control map mode. That's just temporary because we annexed them. But if we're able to core areas, you know, getting 20 to 30 control is, like, solid enough. And we do accept the culture down here. I think we want to conquer or annex Croatia so we can start integrating these guys or assimilating them. We're assimilating in Transdanubia right now. When did we get Praha? We've always had Praha. When we were looking at this in, like, in pre, we were, like, thinking, whoa, what did the AI do to Bohemia? And then we realized it was, what did we do to Bohemia? Hey, Ivar, how's it going? Hey, Jerks. Jerks? Hurts? Been playing only as, only Ajuron as in Iron Man. Finally got to 1500, excited. Very nice. Hello, Sumpus. How's EU5 translating so far into channel success? Well, I'm getting a lot of new subs at a very fast rate. Income-wise, this quarter is probably good. I'm probably going to make more this quarter than I did the other three combined. So it's going really well. It's going very well. We have... Looks like we have some truces. Right? That means truce. Yeah. The brownish is truce. Follow through on threat on Naples. We have a truce, though. I think that... What are we researching right now? Let's see what we're getting into the exploration game. Okay. But we don't have many sailors. We felt the need to recruit some boats. Why did we do that? We have no sailors to explore with now. I mean, I guess... Let's get rid of this filter. And try and build as much of these buildings as we can. Wow, someplace starts with a dry dock? Where starts with a dry dock? We can build a dry dock in Montferrat's territory? That's curious. I don't know why we could build a dry dock there. Isn't that next age's tech? I guess no, it's this age's tech. We just are nowhere near it. Get this too. So we'll get some sailors in the mix. Except for, there's, like, virtually no control. Ah, there's a little bit of control here. So we'll get a little bit of sailor, just like 10%. I love the pacing, much slower than Vicky. Yes. What are the best ways to maximize my levy size in the early game? Sorry, this already been answered. No, you're good. There's an estate privilege for the peasants that gives, like, peasant levy size and combat efficiency. This one's pretty big. For the peasant levies at least, but also control is really big. Control throttles how much levies you get. See levy size, and so this modifier, since you will have a negative percentage modifier attached, that means positive percentage modifiers are bigger than they appear. That's why you look in the mirror. And then, if we take a look and we go ask for larger levies, you can temporarily get bigger levies. And so if, on average, you have minus 25% levy size, this will represent not a 25% increase in levies, but a 33% increase in levies. I'm glad to hear that. Hoping for the best for you and the channel. Me too. It is, I'm very surprised at how much I've made through the affiliate code, which is, like, the brunt of my earnings for, you know, like, this period. Thanks for availability to answer questions. You're welcome. Very happy to hear it. You deserve all the more. Thank you. How can I increase my pops without conquering? There's a few things that increase pop growth, but for the most part, you don't have an enormous amount of agency. The biggest one is making sure your prosperity is maxed out, and then making sure food is cheap. This is kind of what you have control of, but also available free land is another modifier, but you don't really have that much agency over available free land, and that's how full this bar is. Proportionate to that, you will get some. So, things that increase pop capacity are going to help a little bit. Also, keeping places rural longer will help. That is why we have not urbanized a big chunk of our territory, is because they don't have that many pops, and so we can't really make use of pops all that well if we were to urbanize anyway, and they grow better if it is still rural, although we might start urbanizing a little bit more. Let's see if we can find it. Is this rural? Rural settlement plus 0.1. Playing as Muscovy, having trouble extending control. Are you supposed to build a lot of bailiffs or to create proximity? Depends how far out you're pushing. Let's take a look at our proximity map mode. So when you want to push out of the capital ideally, what a bailiff will do is a bailiff will just give you 20 proximity. And so this place, we really can't push proximity through to here because it's through a bunch of mountains. Like, we're never ever pushing proximity here. So this is a really good location for a bailiff. But if you can get, it wouldn't make any sense to build a bailiff over here because we're getting 65% proximity from the capital. So it's a matter of, can I push more than 20 proximity from the capital? If yes, no bailiff. If no, then bailiff is kind of the way you think about it. Hey, William, thank you for the 10. Thanks for all the amazing videos this week. Hope you continue to make EU content in the long haul. Thank you so very much. This is the plan, especially because this was successful. If my venture into EU5 flopped, I was probably going to switch to something different entirely. Was probably the plan, but we're doing pretty good. Doing good. Been playing a lot of Foxhole, so basically been another full-time job. Happy to hear about the finances. Thank you, thank you. Foxhole, not EU5. Been playing Venice and Italy. Sometimes I'm notified of losing thousands of food in a single province. When I look at the balance, it's like -6. Is this a bug? It's probably just a month update. Venice is a little bit volatile a market as it relates to food. Italy is in general pretty volatile. That's awkward. Don't like this. This market access might be getting low enough. The AI is getting more aggressive about making markets, which I think it should be. But in particular, your subjects will be pulled into your market when they like really shouldn't be. Well, I mean, they should be per the mechanics, but if their market access is low enough that they pass the threshold where they want to make a market, sometimes you get two markets right on top of each other. It's a little bit annoying. I think your subjects should do it, just the solution is that deleting markets should be cheaper than it is. Do you know what the reactive trade good button does? Reactive trade good button? What? I'm not even sure what that is. I just saw the tooltip, map mode, location, menu all indicate a different monthly balance. What the fuck? One might be updating dynamically, one might be updating month to month. It's kind of weird how Victory and St. Pop maxing is meta. How could that be solved? Just aggressively cutting employment on PMs. I mean, I just think that whatever resource that throttles you is going to be the thing that you care about maxing out. And the thing about Vic 3 is that capital is not the throttle. It wouldn't be a matter of, like, slowing down the access to pops, because that's just going to push it further down the line. You have to somehow make, money the throttle, so you have to somehow make it harder to make money. If construction is more difficult than the acquisition of labor, I guess if you just cut employment by 90% or something like this, but that might even just kick it down the road. Where, like, you just build 10x the size of the economy and then you get throttled by pops again. You would need a system that, like, leaks more money somehow, I think. Because, like, EU5, when we think about our throttle, in a lot of times, it's actually the amount of buildings you can build. Like, we can't build more buildings here. Or we can't build more buildings at the capital. Well, we can, but, like, you get my meaning. Why is it so expensive? Am I imagining things? I guess I am. But you eventually get throttled by the number of these you can build in a location, and then you need more locations and this type of stuff, and the throttle changes, and sometimes it's the money, and sometimes it's the qualifications and this type of stuff. In Vic 3, you just start printing money so fast that the throttles always pop. Quick question, after integrating, what does one have to have over 50 accepted as culture, or can 2 highest cultures be accepted? I think the total count has to be over 50, is my understanding of how this works. So if you have 26% accepted and 26% primary culture, that's good enough. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't recall having seen this immediately, like, in an immediate anecdote, but I'm like at least 90% sure that's how it works. We're converting this area right now. Not very quickly. But maybe, well, we only have 4K, we're not even rich. I'm transitioning over from, I was playing the Venice run deeper last night, and we're sitting on like a 200K bank in 1505. But like there, the money's not the throttle as well. And so I think that eventually as time goes on, the money's going to become less and less the throttle. We need to get more sailors, man. How do you delete a market? So you can open the market panel, right-click, and then destroy market. Alternatively, I think more people are going through this UI, where you go through the economy panel. You go to markets, and then you pick which market you want, and you right-click here, and you click destroy. How do you nope out of the 100 Years' War? It depends who you're playing. I mean, as England, I think you want to use it to take more and more land. As France, you use it, if you take all the land you control and then you annex a few subjects, then you're out. I don't know if there's noping out of it. You can't, yeah. Hey, Nikita, thank you for the €5. When I go to Morocco with Castile, my troops just die every month. Why'd they do it? No attrition, good supply each. They're dying to disease. They are dying to disease. We maybe should have this on a hotkey. What hotkeys do we have open? I know we have Control O open, but this is what's going on. Malaria is present here, or these locations have malaria, which is why the location itself has 100 resistance. So if you're from this location, you won't die to malaria. But if you're not from this location and you come to here, you're going to die pretty quick. So the solution is to build, once you have a foothold here, to build your units out of North Africa is what you want. But speaking of, we have we have a bunch of saved up stuff with them. I think we want Old Man Ding or something. Well, I guess we wouldn't mind getting here. We can't even colonize that. Womp womp. In the Union, which is better opinion on the economy, union policy? I generally just choose the one that allows you to integrate them faster. Or the one that allows you to integrate. The one that moves things +1 in the direction. I think you need unified treasury before you could do unified external diplomacy, before you could do etc. But they might have changed these recently. I think we're annexing a couple subjects right now. We're annexing them. I guess we could do cancel annexation to see who we're asked to become their fiefdom. Who can we become the fiefdom of? So we're currently annexing these two. Reactive trade good. If you go to the good screen for a specific RGO, the button between the browse buttons, good screen for a specific RGO. All right, let's do this. Well, let's select this market. The button between browse buildings and RGO builder is the RGO icon clickable. The button between browse buildings and RGO builder is the RGO icon clickable. Oh, so if we click this, looks like it's just showing where it is on the map in a very clear way. I've actually not seen this section of the UI before, because we never click on the... I never click on the RGO themselves. This is cute. This is new. New-ish. Like, obviously these are all buttons, right? And you can't select for finished goods. But if we do this, this just shows where it is on the map. In a very, very clear way. Pilasks, thank you for the follow, big nice. It taught me to play Vic 3, time to learn EU5. Is it Malaria? Yes. If you place manual trade order, and you have trade automation in, and if you end up not getting the order because the others buy the good up, does that mean you wasted your trade capacity, or does AI buy new? I think it actually bricks your trade capacity, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. But I think that if you have a route that's, like, not completing, I think it actually just is bad for your trade capacity. Whoa, okay. That's a problem. Looks like we're kind of in the middle of trying to solve it, producing food RGOs and the like. Yeah, that'll do it. The mountains in particular just have ass food productivity, so as the pop gets higher, the mountains, it doesn't really help out your food production. I think there's a produces food filter. Is there not? This is not ideal, chat. I mean, it's because we're urbanized, but the problem is we don't have really good food locations just in general. Up here. And like this livestock produces like not very much food because the topography or capital economy. Oh, this is also in the winter, yeah. We're experiencing a little bit. You get a little bit more in the mountains, but not sure that'll solve our problem. Irrigation is going to give more percentage. Irrigation also doesn't employ that many pops. It's only 250 and improves your pop growth a little bit. PM upgrades require construction. Construction becomes good. The government can purchase. Pops and buildings require a small amount of construction upkeep. Yeah, I think PM should require construction. This is something I've proposed in the past. Is there trade goods you feel are overestimated after experiencing the release version? Well, food became more important since my tier list, so just generally all the food gets nudged up a little bit. As you can see now, we're kind of experiencing a little bit of a vibe. I don't know if we balance out here, but if we do, we'll probably want more food storage as well. Is it because we added some of this? I mean, there's farmland up here. This is actually probably overall that good for us. I imagine these places are producing net positive on the food. Yeah, 145. When playing Holland in early game, and setting my leader as the admiral of my army, he will randomly get unassigned from that position. Do you know what the problem could be? That is kind of weird, unless he's dying. Obviously, if he dies, he can no longer serve in the Navy. Would you like more videos? Yes, here you got a live stream. I didn't live stream yesterday, which was the initial plan, which is what the poll was about, but I'm also probably just... I was going to live stream like 10 days in a row, and instead I'm going to like do it every other day as a result of the poll. Is there something you can do with fish? Not really. Fish is kind of bad. Waiting for you to stream. As France, 1365, I have 169 second child daughter. Is there no law that allows them to become immediately? How do I kill my firstborn? I think there's a law that... I think there's like you get to select one of these. You said daughter. Is there only favored son succession? No favorite daughter? Womp womp. Is there a reason? I guess you would just kill the first. Something like this. Is there a reason to start a new market if you have the option to relocate a current market center instead? Yeah, if you want overall more market access, this would help. Add more market access in the net. I mean, I guess we could add more and more irrigation. We could de-urbanize locations. We kind of hates it, though. God, like, reason number, like, 8 million why Austria kind of is miserable to play. Not our territory, but we just want more food in the market. Alright, winter's over, we're starting to recover, but here's the problem is we're not really recovering after 9 months of this. Like, 9 months of this, and then 3 months of minus 1200. We never recover. I think this is why our food's slowly depleted, and this is causing us, I'm certain, to be paying kind of out the ass for buying food for these provinces. The highly urbanized ones. God. Yeah, see, you can see that the apocalypse map mode has gone away to some extent, but we don't really have very good food places. Hope you have some R&R planned. Well deserved with all the tutorials tips. I'm gonna keep going as long as stuff is doing pretty well, because it's like if I make videos close to release, they'll do like at least 3 times as good as like a few weeks after, and like 5 to 6 times as good like when you're in the dead zone before a patch. So how are things? EU5 is banging. England though is Black Death killed 2/3 of your pop. That's kind of normal. You're used to having like 60% of your pops wrenched from your cold dead fingers. Do we have any tax? I don't think there's a food productivity tech for us in this age. We're in the age of discovery. We're just looking for food techs. I think there is a generic food tech. I don't know if we researched it already. I think it's on the generic tree. I'm just searching all the trees. The thing about food is, like, it's so easy for it to be... Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. It's so easy for it to be apocalyptically uncomfortable. And it, like, it has a, it's kind of like, it sneaks up on you, so, like, for new players, like, when they just get kicked in the nuts by food, and we're, like, kind of getting kicked in the nuts, but not super, it just feels like you have, like, zero agency. Because once you're out is kind of the thing. Even if you do all the right things, it, like, it's, you're still just gonna, like, hemorrhage money for a while. It's one of those, like, go back to... go back 10 years ago and play differently type of things. I think we even, yeah, we intentionally moved our army over to eliminate their food consumption in our market. This is something that had happened at the end here. But I'm not seeing anything. Oh boy. Supply capacity. Oh boy. And it's hurting our pop growth. To be fair, more pops is gonna kind of squeeze the food anyways. Call an ambulance, but for us. There we go. We were looking for you. So, let's get this out of the queue, and then this out of the queue, and then put this back in the queue, and then put this back in the queue. We were looking for you! Alright. What lessons do you think the Vic team could take from EU5 copy-paste in the next update? Lessons that Vic 3 team could take. I mean, Vic 3... their team has a much different vision, and they seem primarily focused on politics and economics, but really, really on politics. And so... that's a difficult to answer question, because I think that... they're pretty good at what they're doing, so they would have to change what they want to do. Which I think they could do to make their game more successful, but I don't think that that's gonna happen. And I'm trying to think of a mechanic that would easily cross over, that could be implementable. Nothing is coming to mind. Because... another thing is, like, EU5 has just made a dramatically different... I mean, I would love infrastructure, but my understanding is that in Vic 3 it's not implementable. Or where you care about stuff and, like, this type of stuff. Like, that's one thing I really love. I love the whole proximity system, right? As I understand it, this is not implementable for, like, performance reasons in Vic. So it's not, like... it's not that they want to do it, or haven't thought about doing it. It's that they want to do it, but they can't. Or that there's not a performative way of, like, doing this type of thing. Does control over the market capital do anything? Generally, it gives you a lot more, market, what is it, generally it gives you a lot more trade advantage, but also, if there are people who have modifiers, like our subjects, that pull you into their market, you will see stuff like this. Whereas if we did not control the Venice market, Venice would not have the highest attraction, because a big portion of the attraction is, you can see that Genoa is getting bricked by market protection, because this is our subject and they have high control, and then Venice is getting boosted, because we have owner is Austria, so the owner is the overlord. So like 65% of the like number that is here is based on us controlling the Venice market. If we didn't control the Venice market, our subject here would be in the Genoa market instead. And then the same thing for this Prague market over here. Do we have a truce with? We have really good relations with them, though. I guess we could stop improving the relations. Wowza, do we really have that much? We got a lot of Diplo rep. This is not solved yet. Hopefully the tech solves this. Is minus 0.1 inflation better than 5 tax efficiency when you have sources of precious metals? Probably depends. It's going to represent you doubling your minting. And so for us, additional 75 versus, what is this, 6, call it 800. So 5% juice on that. It's gonna be like 40, right? So yeah, 0.1 minting would be better than 5% tax efficiency. Roughly. For us. It probably depends person to person though. Like, if you're playing Mali, it's just way better. Because otherwise you're experiencing inflation, I think. We'll let that spread a little bit more before accepting it. I think the reactive trade also locks in some option. Kind of looks because there's an icon on top of it. We're just experiencing this in our Venice game where there's like 5 markets right here. It's really annoying. Alright, this is maybe starting to get to the point where we're going to recover our way out of it. Very interesting. So we probably can't really urbanize too much more here. And maybe even... Just thinking if we want to de-urbanize like this. Oh, it's getting like production bonuses that we like though. It's getting production bonuses for both textiles and the iron line. Those are like the 2 best production bonuses. Damn it. Could de-urbanize that, but I think this is a similar... Well, no, maybe that's okay. The thing is, they just have ass, like, modifiers anyways. Really, the winter is just super painful when stacked with other things. Like, once you get into negative modifier territory, it effectively amplifies the modifiers. So I think that 10% food tech is going to go a long way for us. Try locking in 2 goods for the reactive thing. Can we lock in 2? Don't look like it. Yeah, it just looks like a better way to visualize. EU5 to destroy markets for a nice looking border? Absolutely. It's just a lot of stab. Actually, they might have changed it. This is feedback I left. I thought it was too much stab. Yeah, I got cut in half. This isn't too bad. We might destroy the crane market when we annex Croatia. Which we maybe want to get started on. Gotta see the speed of our annexations right now, though. Are we getting a fat modifier from X is smaller? Looks like we are. So we probably can't afford to do this. And honestly, like, we're assimilating the area here, but we probably, like, assimilating area just to finish off one location is probably not worth it. We're probably just supposed to leave it at that. 2k gold. This is kind of a lot. We don't want to lose Diplo rep, though. $14.90, $89. They did change a lot of the people who we were formerly releasables have been like bricked because they made a change where like the cores go away, so we're not going to be able to release a lot of countries. Oh, we wanted to annex this guy as well. This guy was kind of annoying us. We'll offer them market access preference, which will bring them up to 150. We're still improving relations, but 150 is the threshold for most annexation, right? Oh, it's the 10 years is the issue. Okay. Yeah. What are we researching right now? Oh, yeah, our ability to go overseas. That makes sense. We'll say this guy's gonna be useful. Do we have a truce with Venice right now? Because Venice is someone we can fight. We do. We will take the pop sticks. Food productivity is improving a little bit with the irrigation. Oh, we gotta catch up on chat. I apologize. Okay, let's slow down the speed and try and catch up. Is there a reason to build more than available pops, like overbuilding? Yeah, it improves migration attraction a little bit, but honestly, I like overbuilding a lot because pops will eventually grow, and it decreases effectively the level of micro required. This guy was integrating an area. I think we kind of want some stab, because there's some stab stuff we want, but I think the legitimacy is the legitimacy is the better investment most of the time. Look at that, it's like worth like 100 gold a month or whatever for us. Because the flat legitimacy, we are paying for 0.35, which is roughly a third. So the amount we're paying here would be tripled if we didn't have all this flat gain. And so part of this is the strength of gain here. which is worth, I guess, maybe like 70, 80 a month, but we'll just do that. Is it good to keep nobles in early game for easier parliament votes? I think the parliament's a lot easier with the strong burghers, but nobles early on for discipline and noble levies makes sense. Will you be doing a video about laws? Maybe. I don't have one planned, because that's like a little bit more expansive than values. But all lordship's awful, yeah. Can you form a nation with vassals land, or you only do it yourself? I'm not sure. When you click trade good for reactive good, you can also lock in goods to your outliner. You can lock in your own market. Lock in your own market in Vic 3. Wait, what? Hold up. Is there a UI thing? So I know we can pin the good. Can we... I would like to know if we can do multiple at the same time. Not really sure about the road. Does it matter from and where to I built? Yes. Because the terrain will sometimes make it so that it moves one way versus another. I'm not 100% sure whether you're supposed to build from the capital or to the capital. This is something I could look at closer. I always build from the capital. It's probably not apocalyptically bad to be getting it wrong, but I do think it makes a difference. When is a good time to create a new market? When you have really low market access. What market access percentage should you create a new one? Well, it depends, because sometimes you're really okay with there being low market access. I think we have a good example in Castile here, where like if the goods that are on the edge of the market aren't really contributing a lot to the tax base, and you're not going to have urban areas there, then it really doesn't matter that the market access is poor. So lumber doesn't give a lot to the tax base, right? But you want it in the market from, well, it's right next to Valencia, but you want it in the market so that it can decrease price of lumber. And so the fact that it's right there would not justify you making like a market next to it. Just imagine Valencia market's not here, which is normal. Normally, this is on the edge of the Barcelona, the Bordeaux, and the Sevilla market, but it's like, you don't mind that it's not getting good market access. What you don't want is these big urban sprawls in areas with low market access. And so, if there's RGOs that are kind of fueling your economic center and they have low market access, that's whatever. But the big urban sprawls, yeah, you don't want it. I think our market is over here. Have we really thought through everything that's getting built in these places? I'm not sure. It looks like we haven't. Something like this. Get things going a little bit in this market. Probably gonna want paper here then. We do have fiber crops here, but I think usually it uses the wood and other input, and often there isn't too many wood urban areas, so getting the production efficiency on paper is difficult. But I imagine we have a lot of these areas where we haven't, put in a thing yet on them. And so you can produce paper or books. Here we are starting to use some things. You have to catch up with the chat though. Saltpeter go into this? I think it does. Yeah, it does. That's what we had thought. Advice for winning Gulfs and Gibelines. It's based on tax base, so really ramping up your tax base is good, and flipping people who have high tax bases out using the CB is good. Hey Alia, how's it going? Hey. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. Hainaut and if they're higher prestige, the ruler moves there, so it's kind of not yours anymore. Holland is in the Union if they're higher prestige. Is there a dedicated market access map mode? The market map mode. It just doesn't. It's not that legible, but it gets darker as your market access gets lower. And this is something I've left feedback for. I think that like it's difficult to like at a glance be able to tell the market access, but it is where it's darker. I trade elective law, but the score cap's at 100, so you just get 100 just from being the child of current rulers. So my firstborn is still the heir. Need to kill him. Yeah, the truth hurts. How do you expand the net of your market? There's a bunch of different ways, but there's a bunch of contributors to the score of what gets in there. If we click on a market, you can see some of them. But just playing to these contributing factors, like the entry pot's going to be a big one. Building these trade center buildings is going to be big. Prestige is good. I think this is, so if you have bigger trade income, it tends to make the market bigger. But I think that's kind of marginal. In the Age of Discovery, you have 100 inward value. Does it delete the control loss value? When I made the tier list, I was like thinking, like, I was kind of, I think, going a little bit crazy out of my head on that. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure, you either have a positive trend or a negative trend, and if you have a positive, if you're above the equilibrium, only the negative ones apply, and if you're below the equilibrium, only the positive ones apply. When I play EU5, I make mistakes. Best to speak. Fred tried to ask him, who did that mess? He said, you did king. Yeah, basically. Who did this? Whose fault is this? Ugh. Oh, we actually just lost food. And we're entering winter now? What? I mean, we're so rich that it's not that painful, but... Even maxed out, that's shocking that this isn't more painful to us. That's gonna be important. Any reason to marry high stats women aside from... I don't know if there's like genetics in that regard. I feel like trade is so much better in EU5. Like, well, I think that trade is local in EU5 and it's global in Vic 3, and it has to be global in Vic 3. Vicky's very niche. Devs made a mess. Super easy. Do cabinet members, Secretary of State, and so on. Yeah, that could be a thing. You started already? Yes. We were scheduled for... Did I not schedule it for the right time? I might have scheduled it for the wrong time. I'm trying to keep my culture's opinion of other cultures in the Empire. I don't see a way to do that unless the leader asks me. Yeah, that is my perception as well. Having people as subjects gives you more opportunities for that, I think, in the aggregate. Kind of trying to watch this food situation, kind of crying about it. Any insight to mid-late game army composition for regulars? I think up until the 4th age, you want 1/3 infantry in the middle and 2/3 cavalry on the flanks, but you're also using levies in the same time, so the levies will be primarily infantry, so you kind of just go mostly cav. And then cannons for utility, and then starting in age 4, you probably start just adding infantry only, and you slowly dilute out the cav, would be my guess. Is it possible to negate harsh winter's effect on constructing buildings? No, not as far as I know. Is there a map mode to show which province is core and which one is integrated? Yes, the integration map mode. How do you see what claims you have? Was trying to check what I needed for Serbian Empire, but can't find it. So the integration map mode will show cores that you have. So if we click on Moravia, we could see Moravia's cores. When a converter comes out, I'm excited, hyped for the 1337 to 1936 mega merchant run. I mean, 500 years is a long time to just run over the AI in this game. I can't seem to improve proximity cost even though I built roads connecting my capital to the provinces. How do I get proximity cost better? A lot of it is seeking out these proximity cost modifiers. You can see here the segment gets reduced to 25 by paved roads, and to some extent it's waiting for better road types. But even still, the base cost is then 15, and we modify it down with all of these different things that we have going on. So, pursuing these, the things that we have agency over are that we have maxed land value, we have itinerant court law, and we have centralization maxed out, and we've built a pound lock canal and a bridge. Development, we have a little bit of agency over. You can dev province. We've done a little bit of that this run, but honestly, dev province is like pretty weak right now, so. 6 centuries, 6 republics? Hell yeah, brother. What's the best way to maximize research speed? Getting a bunch of bonuses to max literacy doesn't seem to help. Nope, the value of the bonuses is kind of diluted out by the fact that every age, that every institution you embrace is another 5%. And so when you have plus 300% already, another marginal 5% doesn't increase you by 5%, it increases you by 1.3%. A big thing is going to be making sure your liturgical language is more powerful. With Catholic, we are stuck on Latin, but the way to make Latin more powerful, we could make Latin our court language. And this would be one way to improve our research speed. In fact, if we made it our court language, it would probably... we could make it our court language. I think it's in laws that we do this. So we could switch this over to Latin. Right now, Latin is only getting value from clerics for the most part, I think. Political power. Looks like Munster and a few others have made it their court language. But we could make it our court language. This may make sense, actually, even for the 0.04 base research speed, but... When's the right time to create your own markets versus push for control? So I'm planning a Milan campaign, unsure whether to take Genoa. You want to take Genoa market. The question is whether you want the market in Genoa or you want to just move it back, but you don't want to create a market center in Milan. It's too cramped. I try not to overbuild personally, because if you get profitable employees, your libraries get employed last. Yeah, this is true. Nope, you're absolutely right. That libraries should count as infrastructure. It's annoying that they don't. I think that I'm still not caring. I'm still just maxing out like this, even with the qualification issue, just because there's so many different things to look at that I think it just leads to so much more clicking. But you are correct. About to get way bigger. Is there a way to annex fiefdoms or vassals quicker? Make smaller ones. Yeah. The XYZ is much smaller is kind of an important modifier. If you make them smaller, they'll also get more cabinet actions per province, which can be useful. The thing is they will be a little bit more unruly and difficult to deal with the more of them you have. Let's see if we can find one deving province. They're going to use dev province a lot more if they're just a single province, and have much higher density on the dev province. How much bigger modifier do you have to be to get the size modifier to diplo annex? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's based on pops. How much do you value granaries? They're good for growing your pop. It wouldn't be useful now, though, because we can't stockpile food. Womp womp. We're only getting minus 373 in winter, though. I think we're maybe gonna get out of it a little bit here. Can I just build cogs for control, or barks much better? Barks are much better. Barks are, like, way better. Galleys, I think, are second best. If you can't get access to barks, you just go galleys. Because the Mediterranean galley is in the free tree. And so this is what you do. If you're, like, playing in, like, Korea or something, you just build a bunch of galleys. Where are they? We are looking at the free tree, right? Low-key, don't mind the army initiative, though. Maybe we bink that in. If anyone knows how to enable cloud saves at mid-game, I can't find it anywhere. Not sure. Can you spread control by building roads from Bailiff? Yes, but it's pretty marginal considering the road is gonna... Often the connection between two locations is gonna eat up 10 proximity, so it's only gonna get like 10 proximity to a place, or even less. Will you collab on Potato McWhiskey on EU5? I'd be down. I'd be down. Talk to Potato a bit. We haven't discussed collabing. I don't know exactly where we would line up, like, content-wise. Can you spread control by building roads to a bailiff? Yeah, true question. Do you micro PMs sometimes? Not often. The one we micro most is like, probably this one. Which I think is us microed it over, because we don't actually care about how profitable it is at all. Which is what the AI, like, controls for. We only care how much masonry it's producing. And so it would be more profitable with the stone, but we want it on the clay, because that gives it more production efficiency, because there is clay in this province. We play Austria to 1836? Probably not. This might be the last episode as Austria. I don't know. It depends what people are feeling. People might even be feeling starting a new game at this point. We're just super overwhelmingly strong. Tinder's hard to come by? Yeah, it's generally pretty location-based. In fact, we could show it in the new UI that we have going on. Or that someone pointed out today. It tends to be clumped in a few locations. Kind of spread out in Europe. In other areas of the world, it's like, it's only in this one area. It's like, like there's like 2 areas that have tin in the New World or something. How regular army and fleet limit works, it seems that you can exceed the fleet limit without debuffs. It's not a limit. This isn't a limit of any kind. It's expected size. And so what this does is this, like, affects satisfaction of the nobles or something. I believe it affects, like, estate satisfaction and stuff like this, where... I think there's one for how much you have. Is it on the pops themselves? I know it affects some things, but your actual limit is just whatever you can afford. I think I'm losing my PU because I turned Calvinist? Yes. That is why you're losing your PU. You cannot maintain the personal union through different religions. Was this giving us antagonism? Hell yeah. At what point in market access do you decide to make a new market? I'm trying to stay above 60. Yeah, it depends. Usually, it's a matter of, like, maybe it's above 40 or 50, or, like, above 60 if I have, like, a clearing. Like, a wide open space. Like, this is a wide open space. Right? This is kind of a wide open space. This is a wide open space. And so looking for, like, big clearings, if it's convenient to put a thing there, then I'll put a thing there. So, like, the Praha market's a little bit close, but it's in the middle of a big clearing here. We still have a truce with a lot of these cats. You scheduled it to start 10 minutes from now? Oh, my bad. Did I schedule it an hour later than I wanted to? I think I might have. How do I tell my vassals to get CVs? They'll do it themselves. Start a new Ethiopia game, maybe? Hey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so very much, Yankees fan. We could do that. Also, thank you for the $2, Zach. Zach, it was you who gave the key for the giveaway, right? I still have to do that. I have to double check. My memory's not serving me that well. And you have a different name on Discord versus... Yeah, let's try and catch up. Can you provide some insights on how many markets is a good time in Japan? I made 4 to combat proximity issues, but not sure infrastructure and how to consolidate them back. Well, 4 is probably correct for Japan. You might not like it, but it's probably correct. I think when we played Japan, we made 4. It's just very awkward. Feels very awkward. But I think we had 1 for this island. Like over here or something, so that it could kind of cover this place. 1 in Osaka, 1 over here, and then 1 in the north. Do tolerated or accepted cultures assimilate more slowly? I don't think that... or tolerated or assimilated. I'm not sure. I know that, or I think that discriminated ones don't assimilate or assimilate slower. As Portugal, how am I supposed to get input costs low for my cloth production? Produce the cloth. You can't import below base price. At a certain point, I mean, you produce it, you can import it from Castile. Castile is going to be good at producing the wool, but you're probably using the wool PMs rather than the cloth PM, but... Identify which locations are releasable nations for reconquest. When you fight the country, you just go to conquer them, and then as part of their peace deal, you just look at what nations are releasable from them, and then you find them, and then you just take some locations. Is there a way to say which vassals fiefdoms diplomatically more aggressive without getting claims and CVs? No. They're trying their best, okay? I suppose the one way to do it would be to flip their culture. Because the thing is when they're making a spy network, it's going to use the culture war mechanic. And so if they're trying to make a spy network on someone who has a ton of cultural tradition, the spy network's going to be real slow. And the spy might get caught repeatedly. So we see that Frankian cultural influence versus Danube-Bavarian cultural tradition. Pretty sure it's supposed to be the other way around, but the idea is that if they have a lot of tradition, I'm pretty sure is the way it does work, then, even though it's saying the reverse, you make it faster. And so, very often, if you release a subject with, like, their own culture, and they're the only one of that culture, they'll have very little culture power, and their spy could be getting repeatedly bopped. What about ranged infantry? I think initiative is kind of weak right now. There are icons that say banned import-export in specific markets UI. How do I go about banning a good? You don't have agency in this regard other than, like, swapping to being Muslim, or, which is what causes the ban of all the alcohol sales, or... Is it under socioeconomic? This exporting ban? I got a rebellion as an army-based country with one dude in its army. My boy is mad. Indeed he is. In what way do you think you should reduce the player snowballing without making the game less fun? I don't know if that's a high... I don't think that's a high priority for the dev team, or should be, right now. But there's a few things you can do. You can pull back on the eco a little bit, but I think a lot of people don't know how to really run it up. I've been watching some other streamers, and, like, they generally aren't running up these mega huge balances, because I think they're just not gardening that aggressively, which, to be fair, you don't need to. Does harbor capacity affect market access across the market if it's built in the capital the same way roads do? Like, if I build a capital in the Constantinople, I believe it slightly affects market access, very slightly. Like, this entering port modifier, I think, is affected, if I recall correctly, by harbor capacity. but it's like kind of marginal. It's like one segment it matters, or this type of thing, for the most part. And it's only harbor capacity. Maritime is irrelevant. It's only harbor capacity that matters. So here you can see entering port is really cheap going into Venice, right? Because they have harbor capacity. You only see cores then? Yeah, you only see cores. Do regulars use population? Yes. I don't appear to be losing population to recruit new soldiers. I find that really odd. You lose the population when they die. They're just in locations as soldiers before they die. Playing as Biz right now, conquered Sicily. Do you think it would be worth it to make their own market, or just leave it as part of Tunis? Sicily's really awkward. I think it's probably worth it to just leave it. You could make a market in Sicily. It would probably be okay. I'm curious how much you could get roads over to here to, like, help out. Sicily's an awkward one, so is Sardinia, because I don't know if you want markets that small. Yeah. Made the mistake of having 4 spouses for my king and his brother on Mali. Now my dynasty is massive. No, this is a first world problem. You love it. As Hungary, I use Claims Heresy on Byzantium, but I can't subjugate. It's because they're an empire. It's because they're an empire, but even if you could, I'm pretty sure subjugate on Clem's Heresy is like plus an enormous percentage, and it's not worth. What do you think is the best mining precious metal distribution policy? And do you think control over monetary policy privilege is good? No, I think the control over monetary policy privilege is like actively bad. Max tax on burgers is a really nice modifier. You know what though? We should throw this in on our run with the Venice because, well, this is a bad one because you do like max tax on burgers, but if they're all dimmy, you don't care. This allows you to, you'll get more from the max tax than you will from this. This is like one of the few, oh, we don't put that in ones. Kind of want naval maintenance though, to be honest. This will give us more sailors. We're hurting on the sailors front. Do a little bit of that. Thanks for all the commentary on your videos. Very enjoyable to watch and learn. You're welcome, you're welcome. When do you decide to make a secondary market? I'm currently playing with Hungary. The Pest market's growing relatively big. So, Hungary is really awkward. I think you're supposed to maybe move your market as Hungary. We move the market over here. It's possible we're supposed to have it a little bit further away. But I think as Hungary, this is an okay location for the market. But I also think you want to kind of come in here and make another market somewhere over here. To get the outer edge of this. No, but Hungary is like, the Hungary, like, big bull. The issue is it's like, it's too big for one market and too small for two. So the way I'm looking at it is I kind of want in the middle of this flatland area, one market, and then I want some market on the other side of this to pull like the Hills Plateau, this type of stuff area. Aragon next? Have you done much gameplay on an unlanded nation? No, not really. I think you covered it previously, but how do you get institutions to landlocked nations? Your market can't reach any of the markets in North Africa, so you can make a market like up here. We like the market in Bir Dan, but if it's just a little further north, you can range Lisboa and all these types of stuff, so you can make another market. And you kind of want that as them anyways, because your market access is just turbo bad. We don't do this in our Mali run, but we should have. We even say it at the very end, we should have made a market in Bir Dan. I think Bir Dan's the better location for the market, but specifically for ranging the Europeans, like one of these provinces is the like the province that allows you to reach Lisbon when you stack all the stuff available to you in the Second Age. I think including the privilege for it, or sorry, the reform. So like including the reform that gives you 10% trade range. Would you suggest I release faraway vassals at GameStar as Novgorod? Maybe? If it's core territory, probably not. I don't really like releasing core territory under any circumstance, but if it's just integrated, the answer's kind of maybe, and if it's just conquered, then definitely, yeah. We don't mind sitting on unpaired territory too much. Losing PUs deserve to be honest. You turn Calvinist, basically. No, I didn't give the key, so I gotta ask around. I get the I think it was Nick then who gave the key. I gotta ask. How do you counting houses work, and where do you put them? You kind of put them everywhere, and they do a couple things. The main one is that they just increase crown power, and the crown power of all the or the estate/crown power of all locations gets put into a giant slush pool or whatever, and that's how it is calculated at the end. And so it leads to you having more overall crown power. We'll just slap some down. We're losing money. Probably don't have... Yeah, our legitimacy is not maxed. And we are still paying a lot for food. The markets... We really have zero positive balance in the food? Not in winter? That's crazy, dude. Have you delved into colonization in your runs? We do it in most of our runs. How do you go about development maxing in order to get canals and valuable locations? You need to pull pops, and we've used the migration edict to like pull pops into this line for making a massive canal chain. We have to urbanize some of this too, but like right now we're over urbanized. I'm thinking of downgrading some of these locations. Yeah, I might downgrade this. Because the proximity stuff goes around it anyways. Like, this isn't going to be a key area. And I think we need the food. It's close to the capital, but... I think we're at a kind of... We're at a point where, like, it feels like... We need to think about some of these, and this location, while it would provide more food, because it's farmland, we are going to be using this for proximity reasons to travel through. But this we don't travel through, so getting a Poundlock Canal here is not important, and it has a river, so you can get irrigation there. I think we're going to downgrade this. Kind of sucks, but like, we're just... getting too much pain here. I think we could also, yeah, get this and sheep farm. It's also nice that it's in one of the areas, or one of the provinces that has a lot of food issues. And we could even... We don't trace through this province either. Oh no, wait, we do trade. Yeah, we trace through this. If it was 8 food, like, RGO, and we were, yeah, not tracing through there, we would downgrade it maybe. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate, but we do want to get this balance fixed. Kind of, yeah. How do you decide whether to create a new market or not? I think we just answered this not too long ago, but basically if it doesn't have a lot of market access and we want it to have more, so if we have an urban area that has a low market access, this is kind of what we're looking for. I have a question about trade. Say I have all of Britain, and should I delete all my markets but London to leave all three? I think you should leave all three as Great Britain. And maybe delete the Edinburgh market. But probably not. It's possible you want to move the market in Ireland further inland, so that it doesn't pull the Wales ones, but also, as you get higher tier roads, the Dublin market will stop pulling anything. I think you also actively don't want to integrate Pale very early. You kind of want to nudge them into conquering this entire thing, and then I think moving it more inland maybe makes sense. Or even to the other side. I don't really know. Thanks for pointing out how aristocratic can increase nobles and therefore increase their power. I was having trouble with them in my Ottoman run. You're very welcome. Sorry I'm a little bit behind on chat. I know I've answered questions and commented about stuff. Is there a way to change religion of a personal union? I don't think so, because you would have to like declare war on them. They could introduce mapping. Reduce players' ability to snowball low. It would suck, but they could do it. They could. They could put mapping in the game. I don't think currently locations don't calculate. So Mappy and Vic 3, you could lose market access, right? And then the location would just use its own local buy and sell orders. So the calculations for Mappy were already in Victoria 3 before they introduced it. Locations in EU5, I'm pretty sure, do not calculate local buy and sell orders because the way market access works is it's a priority system. And so people with high market access just get the goods first. And so they would have to introduce all the calculations required for Mappy. Yeah, we're just making this into a breadbasket province. This is kind of our solution here. We're still not positive. Maybe we're actually just supposed to urbanize everything and, like, just eat the massive food cost. I don't think this is the case, but it's possible. Is there a way to prevent the game from crashing when I try to save? Yikes. I don't know about this issue. With the best long-term strategy for Ottoman markets, I stumbled into a food shortage when they raised levies and then went into a bankruptcy route. See you in PB beating Flurry. I didn't. Flurry's much better at clicking buttons than I am. I don't think I'm beating anyone in Parabellum. But I think you want to kind of create a market in some sort of clearing up here for Bulgaria. So kind of in between these two markets as the Ottomans. And then I think there's kind of a clearing down here-ish. That's maybe okay. Or maybe you want it here. But for the most part, I think a big Constantinople market's fine. You can also consider making one in Greece, like around here or something, but you could just use Greece for raw resources and not really heavily urbanize it too if you want. The thing is, if you want to urbanize the place pretty heavily, you don't want it to have poor market access, and like here's going to have poor market access just generally. But just having this mega huge Constantinople market, I think it's generally, you're kind of okay with that. You just have to keep in mind that, like, this is going to be where your really valuable urbanization is, just this entire circle here. And that's kind of it. Yeah. You don't have the best, like, urban platform with them. Kiev would be nice. We're gonna do Kiev in February, I think, on stream. Just watched the value video and really didn't understand the section on market protection and the mercantilism section. What exactly does that change? I think neither of these values are very good, but right, so mercantilism decreases trade maintenance. Overall, I think trade maintenance isn't that expensive, so I don't think this is super nice. It decreases trade efficiency, which is bad. Export cost for foreign traders. I don't think this is that good because I think that for the most part, you will be having the trade advantage in your markets, and if you have the trade advantage, you get to decide the trades first. So since you have priority, the notion that you're pushing them out is less relevant. And then market protection means that your locations that you own will very strongly tend to be in your market. And so we can actually observe this a little bit here, where these guys, in terms of the market access, the reason that they're in the Venice market is because they have market protection against the Genova market. And it's based on their control and the fact that they prefer to be in our markets. So the locations that they have, because they're our subject of ours, will prefer our markets. And so they will have market protection against the... they will have their modifiers not appear properly. They will have market protection against the Genoa market. So if that wasn't there, right, they would be in Genoa instead. And what that does is increases this by 50%. So instead of minus 50%, I assume it's going to be minus 75%. But if it's a flat increase, then that's kind of crazy. And it'll make it so your locations just get put in your market, basically. And so, I don't think that that's that valuable, but that's what's going on there. And then let's go to the free trade one really quick, because I don't remember it off the top of my head. Now, trade advantage, I think, is kind of a really marginal modifier, because very often 20% is not going to move the needle from you controlling a market to not. You have less market protection, which I kind of think market protection might even be a bad thing, because you'd kind of just, in terms of contributing to tax base, you'd rather just be in the place with the most market access. So market protection actually pushes you away from that. But for the purposes of getting like resources into your market, having a really big market is nice. I'm not sure exactly which is better. Burger's trade capacity, I think, used to be a negative modifier, and now I think it's probably positive. At the time I made the video, it was bad. So I think free trade is a lot better than when I recorded the video, but a lot better than, like, almost useless isn't necessarily insane. The problem with free trade, though, the trade-off's too expensive. For every market you control, you get progress towards mercantilism. And so it's too hard to push free trade if you control a lot of different markets, and controlling a lot of different markets is too valuable, so... But yeah, free trade's a bit better. I have 1453 hours in EU5. I probably won't change it. 1337 is the meme number. Unless I have like over 2,000 or something. How does pound-lock canals really work? It decreases the proximity cost by 5% of segments exiting locations with the pound-lock canal. Except for this one, which has a shortage of goods. Not enough tools in the market. That's not good. It's not, in fact, how we drew it up. There's iron here, so it's good to produce it there. I've been trying to find the river map mode, but it's difficult. You cannot find it down here. It is not in here. You have to assign it to a hotkey. This is not a joke. I feel like some people thought that I was kidding. And they thought that it was a drill, and they're like, ha ha, the map mode's a forbidden map mode, you can't find it. No, you literally have to assign it here. That's the only way to find it. And this is the river map mode. Any tips or tricks for Ireland? I wouldn't recommend Ireland as the first country you play, but I would say keep an eye out for the parliaments, like encourage urbanization or something like this, which gives you a free urban location, because as Ireland, that's going to be kind of one of your initial throttles, and I would recommend you cannot assign burger privileges until you have an urban location. So do whatever you can to get your grubby hands on an urban location, like as quickly as possible, I would say. Through Hivy? Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so very much, big dice. Have your market fully automated? AI isn't using any of your trade capacity. Do you have the slider? Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? Do you have your automation slider all the way up? It might be your slider. It's not up. We've kind of been just watching the food here, and It's positive now. Wait, why did it sneak up positive in October? What's going on? I mean, we have a breadbasket-y location now. Yeah, we just should never have urbanized this location. Will the Dutch campaign continue? No. There's going to be 3 campaigns that continue past the first episode. That's Venice, England, and Mali. Are you going to create a video where you explain the decision on what to spend money on? Yeah, kind of. We're going to have a video coming out for the what we do at the very opener, which will include how we think about spending money in the open. I want to try and do it in one take, though, but maybe that's just kind of stupid. I keep, taking notes for it, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this, but I should just do it. I think we're going to embrace this now for the 5% research speed. And then in the tree, we'll go for, the premium stuff in this tree first. Which is the trade efficiency, the other one, and the power projection. And legislative efficiency for decreased antagonism. Our truce is up soon. Looks like we still have truces. Is it worth building in low-control provinces? And if so, what should you build there and why not? Low control, stuff that's good in low control is stuff where you just want the good inside your market, just generally speaking. So lumber mills are good if you have low control, because you don't actually care about getting the tax base addition of the lumber. You care about just producing the lumber so that it's cheap to produce the RGOs. Do we want to somehow move a market to give Vienna more breathing space, actually? Because there's a lot of positive food modifiers that are just not in the Venice market, or positive food places that just don't make it into the market. Do we want to move this place over here? You could move it down the river, even. To Teal here. I think that's the way we would want to move it. It is urban already. We don't own it, but maybe this is better. Just to give more over to the Vienna market. There's kind of a clearing down here too, with a few farmlands. But I kind of really do love this location, though. But maybe it's just maybe we're squeezing the Vienna market a little bit too much. The thing is, Vienna's just kind of not a very good place for a nice market. Too much mountains and hills. What do you think the best precious metal distribution policy is? It depends. If you have a lot of gold and silver, unlimited export. If you don't, the trade efficiency one, you don't want to ban export, I don't think. I need to experiment more with the strategy, though. I'm playing Ottomans and I've just moved my capital to Constantinople. How do I increase my control in the Anatolian provinces, as it's not possible? Yikes. So this is kind of maybe a little bit bait, but it's gonna be rough for you just generally. Is this... Let's open this. So you are going to get some going out and then coming in here. And so you can see this proximity cost coming through here, 28, and it's reduced by harbor capacity. What you're going to want to do is really expand the harbors in the locations just across the bay, so that you can get better, get that cheaper. But Izmit is going to be one of the cheaper ones, so you might even trace proximity coming through Izmit to Izmit, and then roads from Izmit to elsewhere. Because if you have a road from Izmit to Bursa, and this costs less than... Because here, the proximity cost to Izmit should be 0. Oh, if Izmit had a little bit better harbor capacity, it would be better. But you can get this really, really low, right? And then it's roads from Izmit outward, because Izmit has really high base harbor capacity, right? So playing around that to some degree. And also you could open the proximity map mode and just click on places and see where they're getting their proximity. Like you can see Izmit's coming over and giving you're getting the location or the proximity from Izmit rather than from Bursa to over here, because there's a better natural harbor here. So checking where the proximity is flowing from and building roads there. So like here, a road from Bursa to here would still be effective for helping us with the proximity, because the proximity is coming from Constantinople in over here. I have some questions about Orthodox icons if you played with them. Not too much. Break the J's down. Break it down. Do icons stack their max RGO size bonus? Should you stack them all in gold RGO? Why am I not getting bonus and cap? I have no recollection of this mechanic, I'm sorry. You have a guide on how to identify which building chains to focus on? I do not currently, but generally the textile one is really good. Just in terms of, if you look inside of a market, and you do, here's how you should approach looking at it. Look inside your market, and look at total demand, right? These industries are probably going to be the best to focus on, and chains involved in these industries. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but... Adore your content, thanks mate, you're very welcome. God, I'm good. I swear I'll catch up eventually. Can you explain what the idea of what size markets you want to be? Kind of explained this a little bit a couple times already, but the main idea is that markets, what they give you in terms of value is market access. Market access throttles the tax base of all your locations. And so if you have a location where you're pushing a lot of urban areas, you want it to have good market access. And so you want to have this. This flip side is generally speaking, in terms of the way the math works, having a really big market makes everything more valuable, because having buy orders where you have sell orders and sell orders where you have buy orders is going to make everything more profitable. So we have tools, right? If we have tools where we have the iron, this makes the tools cheaper to produce because the input good is cheaper, and it also makes the iron more profitable because all the demand for iron created by the tools will make the iron price more expensive. So both iron and tools get to be more profitable if they're in the same market. And so by virtue of this, you want to have the same goods inside the market. What it is that RGOs, for urban buildings, it decreases your output when you have less market access. So if you have urban building with 50% market access, it will actually just produce half the goods. And we could take a look here, and you can see this if we look at the output of a building, that it's being multiplied. The market access is 93%. Our output goods is multiplied by 0.93. And so this is pretty nasty. This doesn't happen with RGOs. So RGOs on the periphery of the market, are just going to be added to the market. It will decrease the tax base that the RGO is providing, but it won't decrease the quantity. And so RGOs that are really valuable, you would want to have high market access. So like the silver here, which unfortunately doesn't have high market access. But the RGOs where you don't really care about the value it's adding to the tax base, like the wheat, it doesn't matter to us that the wheat's on the edge. And so you would want to create situations where you kind of have a biggish market, but all the stuff that is adding to the tax base is in the center of the market. And so you have these big urban sprawls around the center of the market and tend to be rural towards the edges of the market. And so what it's going to be is like the places where you have big ass clearings are going to be better for like urban centers, and so they're going to be better for markets. Also, isthmuses are better for markets as well. So like Alexandria, good market here rather than in the middle of here, because market access is affected by rivers, and rivers are like the only thing that affects market access, and so playing around the rivers as well. What would you suggest for countries that are too big to chomp, but their tradition is too high? Cry. I don't know, accept their culture. Their tradition decreases if you remove them off the map, though. Where do you see how much artillery you need for sieges? I'm not sure if there's a good place to look at this. I know when you're doing a siege, it'll show you 1 to 5 how much bonus you're getting. And so it's just more. There's probably a good place to look it up, but I don't know where it is. Is privateering not working currently? I think it is working, but we haven't played around with it too much. What's the strategy around villages? Will they be retained after upgrading the town? They do not get retained. Big bonus of villages is that they... We actually maybe should be building farming villages, even in places that don't produce food RGOs, because we need more food. But the big advantage of them is they employ peasants, so you don't need qualified pops for the things. And farming village in particular is a force multiplier for food. Because it gives you % food production. We maybe want to actually stop building market villages, because market villages give a little bit of... Market villages are like, their PM is better, but their PM becomes increasingly irrelevant as time goes on. And this, like, is actually giving you food. Like, the PMs on the market villages are better. And the trade capacity falls off as well. It's just the trade capacity is kind of okay early on, but eventually you actually, yeah, you just care about the food mainly. So maybe this is... Well, we definitely want it where we have the wool, because it's a force multiplier for food. I think we urbanized the fruit eventually. Struggle busting though. Maybe we get out of it here. I mean, we're in winter and we have positive balance, so I think we kind of fixed it, but... Does anyone know if Generalist Gaming has played a game to the end date? I have not. I've played towards the early 1700s. Thanks, man. Remap mode was driving you crazy? Yeah. I think it just wasn't a priority for them in dev. Because I think... I use the river map mode a ton. I feel like nobody else... none of the other content creators or like QAs or whatever used it a lot. I left feedback on the river map mode. I requested that directionality be added in the color coding. But... Do you think you'll make a video on effective colonizing? Yes. You guys are amazing. Love the work on Vic3 and EU5, especially the spreadsheets. Thank you, thank you. We currently have a little bit of a hiccup as it relates to the EU5 spreadsheet, in that there's not a way to pull all the data for the cost of the buildings. So relativizing everything to cost is kind of difficult right now, and I don't want to release the building spreadsheet until I can do that. It's possible to annex a larger country if you get in a union with them, like EU4? Yes. What's the best way to get prestige? I always seem to be... Well, you have to be the... I don't know if you can with someone bigger than you, because if they're bigger than you, I think that they're the leader of the PU, and only the leader can annex the other guys. But you can annex a big country. I don't know what you mean by larger. What's the best way to get prestige? I always seem to be at 1. Well, humiliating people is a really good way to just get a flat bump, and it doesn't decay that fast, so it's pretty strong. No, we're losing the food stockpile we had. Yeah, looks like we're okay at food in all our other markets. It's just here. Maybe we're supposed to move the thing over. Truce map mode. We're just kind of seeing where we're at with our enemies. Can you do Granada? I could. How do bailiffs work? Should I build them in near locations I want better control? Bailiffs give you 20 flat proximity, They will not give you additional proximity, they just set the floor to 20. And so they're good in specifically areas you can't push proximity. So I think we have a bailiff in the silver over here, for example, on both of them. That way we will get just 20 flat proximity there. And this will give us a little bit of extra control, but it is preferable to gain control by building to that location or pushing out from the capital, but sometimes that's not an option, and where that's not an option, that's where bailiffs start to shine. So you see, like, at the edge here, we really can't establish control. The control, and we're not close, even if we push the road all the way from Vienna. I don't think there's too many road segments. Maybe there's enough road segments that are unconstructed here that it would get there if we built roads. I'm not really sure, but you can see this entire area, if we built a bailiff, they would get, like, plus 15 control. Because 75% of your proximity goes to control. Can world conquest be done in EU5? Yeah, right now it's really tedious because it starts lagging if you try. I think it's possible. I think I have a strategy for it that... it seems to be that the other content creators are going for Milan into Navarra, and I think I have a strategy that's a little bit better, but I don't want to spoil it because I think that Milan into Navarre is not... I don't think it's the way to do it. I think the way to do it is, like, a lot easier. And so, I kind of want to see if I can get the first world conquest now, even though, like, it's really tedious. And so I don't necessarily want to... Alright then, keep your secrets, Gandalf. How do I search a building construction in all markets rather than one at a time? So this... Remove the filter. What do you think Poland is a nation, this one? Poland's kind of weak. Why does Serbia's Dusan's Law not trigger after creating an Empire Serbia within the mission? I have no idea, I have not played Serbia. Playing as Venice, basing my early game on your start and diverging once you went into Africa, what age of discovery focus would you recommend for a heavy eco game? I think we went Diplo to focus more on trade. Trade is... Diplo's better for trade, but I think there's probably more top-end and admin. I can't remember exactly what they give. I think we went Diplo this game, too. When does Golden Horde usually collapse? I don't know. I don't have that many reps on the... since they changed the Golden Horde. So it's difficult for me to say. On most of the patches I was playing on, the Golden Horde would just get annexed by Moldova from a bug. Thanks for helping the community. You're welcome. How do you avoid... how do you set up a market for a colony to avoid them dying with no food? You can do this in Colonial Lens. Oh, we got the... Oh my god. We got the tech to explore towards the New World, but actually, it doesn't matter too much because we don't have... Oh, we're gonna have to come through the north? Just not paying attention here. We can't go this way because we don't have locations. We should have, like, prioritized grabbing a chunk of Granada or something. I don't know. We're playing Austria. Maybe we have no business being in the colonial game. What's the benefit of harbor capacity? It significantly decreases the cost of getting proximity to certain areas. I'm not sure we could show it because we don't have... Who's going to be doing this, you know? So harbor capacity, when you are entering from a sea zone, it's going to be significantly decrease the cost of entering from that sea zone, equal to the harbor capacity, and also when you are exiting to a sea zone, it's going to be like really valuable in this regard. Sprexton, thank you for the follow, big nice. We need to use some of our Diplo. Do we have disloyal subjects? Let's cancel anyone we're at 200 plus with. Something like this. God, the food is so sticky here. One thing I don't quite understand is Burger's importing mechanic that fixes shortages when the goods missing in the market. Does the game just spawn the goods in? No, the burgers are moving it from one market to another. Just the burger trades are very, very opaque. The game doesn't show you some aggregate of burger trades. You literally, if you want to see all the burger trades, you have to hover every single trade good. But the burgers are importing from somewhere. And from that somewhere, there's a burgers are exporting modifier. I don't think they just spawned it in, but it's also completely opaque. I find the opacity and inability to kind of analyze what the burgers are doing kind of annoying. What do you think it's worth it to accept a culture versus assimilate? I think in general, you want to accept cultures that are from your culture group because it's cheaper, and you want to assimilate cultures outside your culture group because it's more expensive. In terms of just min-maxing your culture capacity as a resource. Like, we could accept Slovene, or we could have before, now we can't. But we didn't want to because it was going to cost a lot, so instead we're just culture converting everyone from Slovene. And we're doing the same with Hungarian. We're making some good progress here. First, 3 questions. New levy and the second and third age seem to be worse stat-wise. What's the real point of taking the advance? I think that the advance actually might be net negative, but it's important to recognize that different levies are applying to different pops as their eligible group. So if we take a look... So footman levy is our current levy for burgers. Feudal levies are our current for peasants. So peasant levies would be replacing feudal levies, but we're still getting footman levies. And I think the matchlock levies, for example, replace footman levies. With regulars, the upgrade is that you get more units, and the damage is multiplied by the number of units you have. Plated Knights actually is an upgrade from the previous one, but some of them seem like they're a downgrade. I just have this assumption that, like, the game's not being silly in this regard, and that a levy being from a later age makes them better, but I haven't been able to observe this in game. And so researching it might just make your levies worse, yes. Do you have general advice on how to make money? Max tax and tax efficiency are both really good. Like, really, really good. Like, uber omni good. Try and get those modifiers. I think we're downgrading. How quickly are we downgrading? 100 a month. What are we downgrading to? Peasants. Yeah, okay, fair. It's a shame we spent all that on other stuff. And we're still not able to... I mean, we're decreasing the quantity of food we have to buy, even though we're not decreasing the price. Thank you so much. Your tips are appreciated. You're welcome. Is it better to let colonial subjects keep market centers or take them for yourself? Well, in general, my perception is that you want to control the markets yourself, because if you control... It makes your subjects choose weird markets, because they will not choose the markets of your subjects over yours, so sometimes your subjects really shoot themselves in the foot market access-wise. And also, you controlling a market center generally allows you to get the most trade advantage in the node much easier. And so I go out of my way to control the market, which is what's going on here in Remy. That's the only location we own out here, is the market capital. I'm thinking we maybe annex box here. Because I think we wanna move the market a little bit. Not 100% sure on this, but... Well, what's the market access like here? 82%? It's not like omni high. Vienna's just like squeezed. I don't know how to solve this. I think we were planning on moving the Venice market. Moving it to Ferrara is not insane. That would release some of these territories to Venice, but that's not going to help them with the food problem, really. I mean, I do think those are net positive. Yeah, it's a bunch of net positive ones. Maybe it would help them. Also, Venice is not a very good location for a market because it's on an island, and going from the island is expensive. I wish I could make all these arrows go away somehow. I don't think this makes them go away, the map filters. There's one that made me think it did, imports and exports, but it's affecting a different thing. Because we can't hover this segment very easy. Yeah. We just know that it going from an ocean zone is just generally not that good. And Ferrara is kind of in the same-ish location. And it's only 800 to relocate. We can always just change it again if we don't like it, to be honest. Let's relocate the market. Excuse me. Alright, the US being funny. Yeah, being on a river is valuable as well for increasing the market access, so we should be able to, when the month tick happens, see how this changes. Is it possible to build a farming village, fishing village, and a market village in the same place? Seems exclusive. I think that wherever there's a fishing village, farming villages aren't allowed. Farming villages are only allowed where there's farming RGOs. I think in general you can't, or maybe there are some where you can build a farming village. I think that farming and fishing is mutually exclusive, but so I think that this has an RGO. Yeah, that is going to brick us from producing a fishing village. Oh no. Just kidding. Farming is just better. I think fishing villages are kind of trash. You build them when you want more sailors. Do you avoid building marketplaces near the market capital? Yes, generally speaking. But sometimes it's just the trades are good enough. Do you recommend making a second market in east of as Hungary, like Transylvania? I think you do it on the other side of this mountain range, or maybe like right here. But yeah, I do think that there's like a market dead zone over here. I also think as Hungary, this is a good location for the market capital, but we might move it further down to free Vienna some space. Looks like we didn't actually end up giving too many locations over. Vienna got a little bit bigger. I think Ferrara is a better location for the market though anyways, probably. Market access travels really well through rivers, and so this helps. I think on the coast would have been a little bit better, like here would have been better, but we didn't have an urban area there, so we couldn't move it there. So Ferrara is probably fine. Even in our Venice run, it might not be the best. We do kind of squeeze on the Genoa market a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. The markets in this region are just very awkward. Like, because Prague, you don't want to move north because it's, like, in the middle of all this. I guess you can move it slightly north, but, like, I think you're on a crossroad of rivers. Yeah. So, like, moving Prague north doesn't make sense. Here we can move this further west. I think we already moved it west, but we can move it further west, but it's kind of already at the edge of, like, kind of an open zone that's good for producing this type of stuff. Which negative effects can occupation have on a province? It absolutely just wrecks prosperity. Halfway through the Netherlands video question, when do you start removing them? And how does the estate power lower the taxes you get from the estates? What do you start? What? When do you start removing them? Removing what? I don't know the context. If you're responding to when are you removing something, I'm behind on the chat. So if I said something and you asked when I remove it, I don't remember what I said 5-10 minutes ago. I apologize. Dr. Pashta, thank you for the follow. I like Pashta. Is itinerant court good? Yeah, itinerant court's insane. Marrying your family is a really good way to keep good prestige. That's true. Okay. Food's still an issue. What's prestige good for? It gives you Diplo rep and it decreases, or it makes it so you get rid of antagonism faster. Aussie the Aussie, thank you for the follow, big dice. It's kind of marginal. Is it possible to remove the building under construction icon? Yeah. Your opinion on law, precious metal distribution, export ban or not? I don't like export ban. We Baggins are very respected before we came along. Exactly. Oh, I'm behind. Keep your secrets. How good is the soundtrack in this game? It's freaking amazing. I like the one that plays, like, with the trumpets come in, and it plays, like, when you go to war. Generally. You've been officially labeled a disturber of the peace? Not like this. Bro, what if we just deleted this market, though? God. So uncomfortable. I felt like we weren't super food squeezed before, and now we're just like uber squeezed. It's like we can't get out. We've had more pop growth too, though. It really is these mountains and hills just like completely bricking the food production from peasants. Like the food production from peasants in these locations is just straight booty. Peasant to state satisfaction drives up food production. Bro, should we just like low tax the peasants? We could give out more privileges. I think we already have the one that gives them more food, less food demand on the peasants. Bro, we haven't used this UI in forever. Oh, what's this? Let's get rid of this. You don't want to look at it like this. Is it really just list form? This UI is so bad. Nobody ever comes in here anyways, but we're thinking of deleting some of these buildings. The thing is they just delete, yeah. We don't care about peasant power, we're looking for burger food consumption buildings. I forget which one it is. See, like, local nobles food consumption. This is a building we would maybe want to delete. We don't have enough control there, though. Yeah, we don't have any of those buildings in the Vienna market that are deletable. When should I release Colony and when should I keep it for myself? The value of the colonies is largely in their enormous pop growth and dev growth things. Generally speaking, if you can't get control to a location, or if you can't get proximity to a location, it's probably better to release it as a colony, but if you have something core, you can't build bailiffs overseas. I think if you're an Iberian country, you maybe should keep everything, which kind of feels nuts / bad. But the pop growth and the dev growth are really hard to evaluate, as is the fact that they'll use dev province. And colonies like are really good, but they take a while to pay off, whereas owning it is more immediate. It's kind of hard to evaluate when, because it's not a matter of like Quinine. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. It's a matter of like how much do you tolerate the long-term horizon versus the short-term. If something would be a core, short-term, you just keeping it is better. But long-term, it's going to be better as a colony. I feel like Diplo in this game is undercooked. It is a little undercooked. AI too. AI has improved so much in the past 2 months. I don't see any subjects breaking away from their overlord. That you never see, yeah, basically. There's very little of that. I agree. Habibi, 6966, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Welcome, welcome. We want to move this Krakow market. Our truce is up with Bulgaria and Serbia. I'm not sure we have claims on them. I think we have claims on Serbia, though. Guess not. I think our truce might be up with Naples, or not Naples, Venice. Leaving them with the dirty exclave. It is up, but we only have a dubious claim via our subject, so I think we'll leave that alone. Our truce is up with Milan as well, though. I think we have a better one. Follow through on the threat. Take this. If we mobilize, it's going to absolutely crush our food production, though. If we mobilize at all in the capital province, and if we don't, everyone becomes disloyal. I think we maybe wait for annexing subjects to go to war. I keep on feeling like I'm getting pump faked by the temporary food positive balance, and then just for it to be ripped from our cold dead fingers. I love being cultural hegemon, civilize them all. Cultural hedge is really good. What's the best to automate or what is best to keep on automate or close enough to keep on automate? I have production methods on automate and also trade on automate, although I insert trades that I think are good specifically. I think eventually, once you get sufficiently large, RGO on automate's probably fine. We're probably big enough that RGO on automate is fine enough. And it'll expand out RGOs, and sometimes you'll lose money, but like you'll probably in the aggregate gain money. Like, it's probably positive EV. We could show it, I guess. I think that this is kind of a fine one, because expanding RGOs is never like turbo bad. And so we'll take a month tick and we'll just watch them just put in a bunch of RGOs in a bunch of places. Bueller. Excuse me? For right to the burgers law, is it worth it to curtail the burgers for the max tax? Yes, I think curtail the burgers is really, really good. I think the reason why you don't like it is actually if you want to push plutocracy, it makes it hard to push plutocracy, because the easiest way to push plutocracy is to have cabinet member that is in the burgers, because you can roll a parliament that gives +10 plutocracy. I'm retrying Bohemia campaign. I started one made it to 1377 and realized I missed up on important setup details. I want to start fresh. Makes sense. Alright, food production 10%. Please tell me this fixes our thing. We're losing food, but we're in winter, so that's fine. That's expected. We always knew this was going to be a thing. This is my favorite soundtrack. Someone asked earlier. Levy's question is weird. Noble Cav, for example, played Knights as an upgrade, but then Cavaliers is like, yeah, less. Yeah. I think that, Yeah, I feel like it's either just this enormous game design oversight or, like, the age of the levy has to matter in some regard. Some it gives you more percentage. Also, like, some of them, it says eligible pops. You have to keep in mind the eligible pops are going to be different. Like, where is it? Men-at-Arms, I think, is burgers. And I wish that it actually showed this. Maybe we should leave feedback on this. Because it doesn't show, it says the eligible ones, but it doesn't tell me which ones are eligible. Of valid pops, 5% of valid pops. And the valid pops are burgers. Yeah. How's the ending of campaign feel in the current version? By then I assume you have a significant power. Mostly it's all internal affairs, but how boring does it get? I think we're at the point where, like, we're just significantly more powerful than other people. Like, this is our... We have, like, an enormous chunk of Europe under our sway. Are you on automated construction right now? Why not spending 8k? Because we'd have to click a lot to spend the 8k. We have most of the most profitable opportunities, although we should be expanding paper and this type of stuff. Yeah, I think we have a lot of the most profitable. We're kind of squeezed on qualifications in some locations, but a big part of it is I'm trying to answer questions more so than, like, play perfectly. I'm kind of trying to, like, move the save along without, like, making any huge mistakes, but, yeah, a big part of it is also we don't have too many profitable opportunities. I wish we could put this stuff on auto-expand, but there's... Mathematically, building too much in low control areas actually decreases your income, even if those places are profitable. Don't like rolling the one that is going to make us have to click a lot, but dev the interior is really nice. The decreased costs on all the urban stuff. So this is another reason to hold off on building, is generally you want to build after parliaments, because you can roll stuff that gives you discounts, like this gives you discounts, this gives you discounts. Why is my bagel eating Victoria streamer playing EU5? Content, baby. Also because I'm enjoying EU5 a lot right now. Moving the market further from Vienna to Ferrara was surely offset by the fact that Ferrara would have better access to Slovenia. That's actually probably true. It just increased our market access down here, but, like... It's better by land, so it was just a wash. What, have you played Genoa at all? I don't think I've played Genoa outside the first 50 years. I've played, like, a little bit of them, not much. Will you be continuing Holland again? No. England, Mali, and Venice are the ones that we are playing more than one episode. Think you buy the game? I never played EU, but I'm a Vic 3 player. Even though I managed to get the hang of Vic 3, this seems so much more complicated, this impression rate. There's, like, less depth than Vic 3, but there's more moving parts, so I would say it's more complicated but not as deep, is the way I would phrase it. We are going to dev the interior, and then we are going to construct a bunch, and we're going to be a little bit sad about it. Can we not get to 50%? I don't think we want change policy. I think we want the trade range. We want the trade range or... Yeah, I guess we just have to roll an event. We want the trade range or the sailors. The sailors, honestly, are probably better for us right now. I don't even know if we want these carracks, to be honest. This is impeding our ability to explore. I'm gonna check what our cabinet's doing. I think our cabinet's not doing very much diplos, or not doing much mill stuff. Looks like it's not doing much... admin stuff, but admin I think is good. If I recall correctly, just in terms of crown power, building, proximity cost. Yeah, prox cost is just so good. Prox cost on the ruler. Let's reduce our military duties. And before this parliament finishes, we have to build a bunch. What does local power do? Like counting houses? It's all calculated locally and then put into a giant pool. So if you increase the local power, you increase the overall power. Ah! We're gonna pay. We're gonna need to go on a building spree here, though. Someone asks you why you no build. Also, you can wait for these discounts and then build a whole ton, and it's like not kind of better. Do the first cannon regular help with sieges? The Hoofknights? Yes, they do. China's so broken, Yuan can be full annexed with everything integrated in one war. Yeah. There's some weirdness there. Hey, Generalist, big fan of your content. Do you know if there's a way to become an elector? I think it's an interaction. You can ask the Emperor, but you can only ask if there's an available slot, so you have to kind of pay attention. But I think it's a... Well, I think it's an Emperor action. Why don't we have any of those? What? Two annexations kind of coming in. I think we have three. Who else are we annexing? Croatia, okay. Yeah, I don't think we want to pull for 4. So we can... I think we're just gonna look who has the worst opinion of us and improve opinion with them. Those guys, we probably don't need it because they're marches, but it's whatever. Is there a good way to stop the burghers from exporting a good? Nope, not really. Giving them less trade. It's unclear to me whether burgher trade power is good or bad modifier. They make money though, so... I tried this game for 1 hour and went back to 53. EU5 still simply needs more time in the oven. I kind of disagree, but Victory is going to be more polished, yeah. Because it's been out for 3 years. Sochi Bartaz, thank you for the follow, big nice. What's the best precious metal law? I feel like this has been asked several times now. I don't know if it's the same person. It depends. If you have a lot of it, export prioritization. If you kind of just have a medium amount, the one that gives you trade efficiency. And export ban I think is bad, but I'm not 100% sure. Thoughts on army composition? Probably age 1 to 3 and maybe age 4. 1/3 infantry in the middle and 2/3 on the flanks, including your levies, so generally just mostly cavalry. Is Marketplace a good building? Yes. As Hungary, I invaded Serbia for the silver, so I keep it under control or make vassal. I generally think you should integrate new territory through subjects, which is why we have nothing we're integrating ourselves and are integrating entirely through subject right now. We are going to need to build a bunch, though. In theory, we would want to do this only in urban locations, so let's do that. And let's not build it in Vienna. But the other places that are urban, we're going to, like, grip it and rip it on some of this stuff. We have a discount right now for things in urban locations, so that's why we're caring where the lumber mills are going. We are trying to get the discount on the lumber mills, because lumber mills normally don't receive a discount, so proportionally you get the biggest discount on lumber mills and masonry. We're building in locations where we already have some that are urban. Because we've evaluated that these are good spots for them. Because they have stone or what have you in them. Alright, there's stone here. Clay here. Clay here. Let's tag this province as well. Clay here. Surely we've been kind of proactive about building them in specific spots, but... Okay, that's the masonry. Ba-da-da-da-da. That's cute. I don't think we can build these, I think that's just a unique one. Very strong building, though. Fog iron smelter. Again, looking for urban places that have the potential to build it. We know we kind of have an iron shortage a little bit. Wetlands and also next to lakes, I think, is the requirement here. Sheep farms are rural only, so while it's a good building, we actually can't build any of it. Alright, so... now we're gonna top off places that have expanded these. Mainly focus on the capital. We are running down the money, like a pretty good amount, so I don't think we need to like look for new places to build some of these things. We're just pushing the economies of scale bonuses. And we're not double checking super hard which places we can build in, because we're just assuming that most places have collapsed masonry price, but that might not be the case. God, I hate this thing. I hate how it doesn't keep your filters, man. I hate these jonglers, man. We have copper. I think there's copper here. Yeah, there's copper there. Interesting. Alright, we're fine with that. We're just shift clicking here, which is a little bit faster. We might overpay on some of these, but that's fine. Alright, there's our spend down. So that's also, like, kind of why sometimes we don't like to, spend for a bit, because it's a little bit tedious to build through all the things, and then really you can like spend a whole bunch down. The thing is also you saw we didn't really spend that much time expanding the eco buildings. Like our eco opportunities aren't like enormous. We maybe should have built more trade centers, I guess, actually, because we're probably making a decent amount through trade, considering we just pushed the books and the paper. No, our trade is pretty marginal, so it's okay. And then those freeze up, but that's fine. Do I need to recruit an explorer before exploring? No, explorers are just way better at it. Explorers are just way better at it. So, what happens if we fail? We get pushed towards naval slightly. I think we don't want to get pushed towards naval. Do we want to give up a conciliatory push to do it? No, not really. We don't want to move towards traditional economy. I guess we're kind of okay being on shipwright standard. Do we want to take a 12 stab hit to avoid getting... I think we'll just tolerate the push towards naval. It's kind of... Well, no, this is a 5 stab hit effective, right? Because otherwise we're going to have to take... Yeah, okay, I think we're fine with this. And then we get a conciliatory push. Yeah. So we're kind of... We're loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What do you need to have to roll the road expand? I don't think there's a requirement. The road expand to the burghers is a little bit better than the nobles. But in theory, that means you want to have fewer potential rolls for the other stuff on the burghers than the nobles, so that you could roll more on the other stuff. You're more likely to roll the road one by not having rolls for the other ones. Try to get parliament agendas for the naval is rough. Yeah, I don't know why the land push pushes you 5 and the naval push pushes you the naval push pushes you. Here's our coalition that's brewing. The naval push pushes you 2. It actually is like I should leave feedback on that. It's kind of miserable. We don't want to deck into that. Because we don't want to fight England randomly. England's actually kind of weak. France isn't, though. This would be the softest version, but we don't have a good CV there. We maybe should have just decked on Milan the second they joined a coalition. Because this is probably the way we have to approach it now. Could also just wait for the coalition to deck on us. We're improving relations with these guys, so we might get out from under it, but I think that they're pretty pissed about things. I think they're not happy with us. I'm not sure how doable that is. Do you know what country is the best unique modifiers for making sick art? Oh, I do not. Hey, I wanted to know if you should just prioritize town cities in every location we have high control in, or if there are RGOs better keep in rural locations. There are RGOs better to keep in rural locations, yes. Specifically, anything like silver that's super valuable, you get from being urban or from being rural, you get plus 100% max RGO size. But also, you get more local food production, so we actually de-urbanized this location because we are squeezed on food, because this is a food RGO that's 8 food. So in the old world, there's wheat and livestock, and in a couple places rice, where the wheat and livestock give 8 food and the rice give 10. And so I think that a lot of times you'll want to make these breadbasket locations where you're stacking up flat food and a bunch of food modifiers like we have on the irrigation, which is giving percentage food and this type of stuff. And so I think if we take a look, the percent food even there is going to look decent. So here's our food productivity even in winter, which is giving like minus 50%, where we're at plus 63%, including the winter minus 50%. And this is net positive on the food, and we're kind of struggling with food. And so... But we're getting out from it. We are finally actually building out from it. So we had been bottomed out on the food production, and now we're clawing out. So this is a reason to keep stuff rural. And this location's helping out a lot. I think this location was net negative, and now it's like plus 76. Plus 76 in winter, so it's going to be plus 100 something. And so you're effectively by urbanization. But in the aggregate, urbanized is better. You have better economic opportunities, and it creates more demand for goods. Because your urban places get a bunch of potential higher tier pops, and so these higher tier pops eat more goods, create more demand. How do you know so much? It's insane. I've played like 1,400 hours. I've played 1,400 hours while trying to learn the game, and not being like, vibes, bro. Even like beyond just the 1,400 number. I think our next big spend is probably going to be on roads. First round, do I need to adopt professional armies instead of banking as Hungary? I would go banking first. I would just... So here's the thing, is professional armies actually... Regulars kind of suck balls, so professional armies is not even... Professional armies used to be this absolutely enormous power spike when levies sucked really hard, but now professional armies suck, and so... There's not too much power spike for you other than the man-at-arms, which we didn't even research. Because I think that this levy is better than the footman levy, or you put in much more. Because I believe this is a burger levy, but you might not even have that much burgers. Because I think footmen, they have a small modifier, and it is, what percentage? Oop, boop, boop. 5%. It's 5% on both, so what is this? They are 5% less strength damage taken. Is this just a downgrade? Bro. I need to try and figure this out. Because I feel like being an age higher makes the levies better, but there's no place in the UI where this is, like, noticeable or discernible. That's the way it should work, but... I think we might deck into boho. When we deck Rights of the Burgers Law. Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna curtail. Burger max tax is just a very, very strong modifier, and we're not trying to push plutocracy. So you can see, with the burgers tax, we're taxing them 30%. The math is easy on that. So around 85, 83, 85 is 1/3, or 10% max tax will give us. We curtail the burgers, we get 10% max tax. Blocks them from cabinet, which is bad if we're pushing plutocracy, but we're not. We're going aristocracy because we have a bunch of content for that. So this represents for us like plus 85 income, which is quite a bit. One of the better laws, especially if you're like on 25% burger max tax or something like this. And I think that we have right now favor the ruler. We might want to get off of favor the ruler here in the near future. Because once you have enough crown power, which we do, the crown power modifier is not all that great. And I think what we're going to do is favor the wealthy, which is going to, we're going to lose 5% tax on the commoners, but increasingly, the commoners will be a smaller and smaller share. And we're going to lose out on the crown power, but estate satisfaction equilibrium plus 5% is going to be nice. Or losing that is going to be nice. We probably could have stayed serfdom. Bro, we should have stayed serfdom. We didn't think of the satisfaction on the burgers, or on the curtail, but the 5% will allow us to tax the nobles more. Because currently that's what's stopping us from taxing the nobles. And what percent are we actually taxing? Currently, so 25% more. So like another 37 tax by virtue of us getting the satisfaction higher. That'd be nice. I struggle to push plutocracy. I think I have all the laws. A big one is making sure you have guys who are from the estate and cabinet, because you can roll a parliament that gives you plus 10. And then once you're over plus 50, you start to get better events. I've noticed sometimes when I'm hovering an RGO or building icon, it doesn't always show the supply and demand info. Other times it does. I would need an example. Does accepting culture helps with annexation of vassals, or it only helps with integration? Them being your primary culture helps with annexation. In fact, we might even be getting the bonus here. No, they're Hungarian. I thought we forced them to convert culture. Maybe not. Did they convert back? Different primary culture. Oh, do we flip their... Both have Danube primary culture. So we flipped their primary culture. It looks like they did a little bit of a flip back when we flipped their culture, which they kind of often do. So we flipped their culture a little bit, and then they converted a bunch, and then etc. But if we started to annex them, we would be getting a plus instead of the cap. The cap of having this cultural influence versus cultural tradition is plus 50%. If you're the same culture, you get plus 100%. So it helps a little bit for being the same culture, but not acceptance. What do you think is the strongest nation in the game? We have a tier list coming out soon, but it's either Yuan or Korea. Hell, during my Termi campaign, the ruler got a position as a regent in one of my vassals. My ruler got a position as a regent. After some time, he got assassinated by some other courtier in that court. Soon after that happened, to Sun, the whole Rise of Timur situation collapsed. Is there a way to prevent this? Counter-espionage as a stat is good. I don't know if you have too much agency in the early game to do this, but if you had counter-espionage, it would be harder for them to build up... Oh, in the foreign court? Yeah, I don't know. In your court, you could have counter-espionage to prevent it. I'm starting small countries, small Irish. It feels like I'm fumbling council members. Any recommendations on best usage of what they should be focused on? I think for most countries early on, pushing values is really good. The smaller you are, the better it is to do stuff like increase province control. And you maybe want to do that if you have the silver province. There's like a silver province in here. If the silver province isn't near your capital, it's possible that increased control is a pretty good way to generate money early on. But that cabinet action got turbo nerfed. I don't know. It used to be 2.5 times as good. I think I still usually like increasing. This is the one we're talking about. It used to give plus 25% flat. And so if you have like, it's like 20% extra control. Yeah, I mean, this could be good on the silver province, if you just have, like, 2 provinces or something. Hey, M-Dog, how's it going? As Hungary when I invaded Serbia for their silver, should I keep it under control or vassalize? I think we answered this already. Which is, I think that, you want to use vassal integration, generally speaking, and also subjugating via vassals, like, less antagonism and less war score, so I generally like that into just annexing later. And just investing a lot in, like, Diplo stuff to be able to do this better. It's kind of what we're doing here as Hungary. Or as Austria. Austria's going to be a little bit better. How effective are plantations if you're Christian and don't have easy access to slaves? I'm considering building them in Egypt, is the busiest. You can get slaves up from Mali, I think. Because you can't... The thing is you can't use Christian slaves. And that's what the Muslims have to sell. And the Muslims don't have any Muslim slaves to sell, except if you get to West Africa. I think you still can use slaves, it just has to be in that criteria, and then you can only use them in plantations. You can't use them in, like, RGO buildings, right? But I still think plantations are good enough to be used. My recollection on this stuff is correct. You're only integrating via subjects. How do you combat the malice for eating a subject? It caps at 100. You just eat it. You just eat it, and you're like, it's capped. I don't care. You see, annex subject minus 82. You can still get enough to chain annex them. How far do you squeeze marketplaces? Generally stop a 1-to-1 ratio between market capacity and income, so 100 cap, 100 income. I think you look not at that, but you look at your trades. Or let's look at our trades here. And the way you look at it is, once the marginal trades are starting to get under 1, marginal trades kind of slowing down. And after it's under 0.5, it's like kind of not very good to expand. Look at us though, filling our food. Learning to eat again. Learning to walk again. Love your videos. Wish they'd be a bit shorter, but I try to watch them full if I can. There's this weird type of tension between doing multi-episodic things and like having the episodes be longer, and that like summarizing what happened last episode, like when that takes 5 minutes, like having that be, and then having a summary at the end. I don't want to have summary, intro, and outro to be like a third of the video. Could maybe do stuff a little bit differently though. 2 hours is really long though. That's not my intention, just that's how it like shakes out to being. I feel like I haven't found a good like pacing yet. I think maybe we're just supposed to play the first 40 years instead of the first 50. The thing is like, it just doesn't necessarily look that good, like, in terms of what you can accomplish in 40 years. I don't know. I think it's a lot more limited. We're still converting this? We're almost there, though. How do you feel about religious conversion versus cultural conversion? It feels like they are diametrically opposed, which feels wrong. I think I probably agree with you. From a simulation perspective, from a balance perspective, I think I like it. Like, from the perspective of this is a video game and this is how it works, I think I like it, but like from... I think a more tolerant society is just more tolerant in general, not like... when people are like... religious bigots, like, I don't think they are less racist bigots and vice versa. Like, so, yeah, I think it doesn't make too much sense. I think I'm with you on that. Wow, it feels like... I know it's not the case that it was just that one province, but boy does it feel like it was just that one province. We like absolute cinema on this province where we turned it into a breadbasket and we're like, oh, we're so good at this game. I do think that this is like net like 150, 200 food though. Printing press spawned in central India. It's not. It is not the next stage, and it's barely spread to Iran. Yeah, that doesn't seem insane. That it spawns in India, because India can get the Renaissance. Korea, now that's a funky place to spawn. The AI doesn't push innovative very aggressively. And you need to have 20 innovative to make it. So, it spawns in really funny places sometimes. I do think we want to upgrade this. Why is our glass expensive? We just built. We have a bunch of urban stuff building. We're not gonna. Let's not build anything. You probably already answered this, but assuming you need to enforce culture on subjects if you want their culture similar to yours. Yeah, and then they'll flip back to their other culture very often. So it's like kind of. That's what happened with us here. It's still good. It's still okay, but they will flip back. A little extra crown power for us. I'm not being as active about this stuff as I should be. Well, how do we have... That's crazy how good relations we have through that massive... We're actually going to be able to annex them. The massive recently declared war modifier. We just have a massive cap on our improved relations, I mean, I guess. Is counting house useful to build? Yes. If your total pool for your estate power is based on all your locations put together. And so getting crown power in locations means you get more crown power at the back end. Does migration happen between countries in the same market? Yes, but only if they have the laws, and I feel like the AI likes to have closed borders, so it kind of doesn't. 50% Victoria, 30% CK, 20% EU. I think this definitely feels more like EU than Victoria. The eco is way more close to Victoria than EU, though. Just the overall vibe. Bro's not focusing, gotta focus up. I want to do a Russian campaign, but it's hard to decide between Muscovy or Novgorod. I kind of think Novgorod's better. But I'm not sure. We hate slow negotiation, we hates it. Kind of like halfway up through here. Do you know how to turn off the clockish sound when you speed through 5 through the game? The clockish sound? You mean the paper rustling at the beginning of the month? Does accepting culture help with the annexation? I already answered this. You're super blurry? Not like this. Am I still blurry? No, I'm not. Naval range. I think it's just colonial range that decides the... Is it naval range that decides the exploration range? I thought it was colonial range. Womp womp. Alright. I don't think we have an explorer, so... Off to the New World. Getting a small amount of sailors. Where are all the circle bars you mean? Even you need to start all of them yourself? I'm not sure what this is. Do I need to keep the nobles strong in the early game for Parliament agenda? No. It just means that the nobles are going to help. The nobles will contribute more to the agenda. But, like, if you have strong burghers, the burghers will contribute more. Something to note, though, a lot of countries do not start with the burghers in their parliaments. You need to be on a state parliament. And you could swap it using this. And in order to enable the burghers need over 20% clout. Which automations do you use? We just recently turned on automation on RGOs, but generally speaking, so that's why we have some RGOs constructing. Generally speaking, just on the trade and PMs. PMs is reasonably good. What's the logic of Milan into Navarra? You want to play Milan because it's county. It starts out as a county, at least, which decreases war score cost. Milan has an advance. I believe it's on an advance. It's on something. I think it's an advance, though, that decreases war score cost. And then Navarra also decreases war score cost. Navarra has turbocharged, or had super turbocharged culture, and so they were just kind of insane. Yeah, the war score cost here is why you care. Navarra's dead, though. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if they still have the war score cost reduction, and Navarra got significantly nerfed because people were doing it. It was like one of the best cultures. Actually, can we... Is there a way to... I don't think we can, from Basque, look at like the modifiers of the culture, but Basque was like the best culture. It still might be, but... Some of the Indian ones are really good. Are going for personal unions worth it, or is it better to conquer, subjugate, expand? I think it's kind of okay, but you don't want to... I think you want to think of your Diplo in layers, and like, immediately around yourself, you conquer and integrate yourself, and then outside of that, you subjugate, and then outside of that, PUs are actually good, but like, properly balancing PU versus going for it directly can be a little bit tricky. And sometimes you're like looking at this PU and you're like, man, I wish I'd just like attack this guy normally or whatever. We said we wanted to resolve the food issue here before we kind of started a war, which is slowly coming up. How powerful do you think colonization is? I think it's really strong, but it takes forever to like pay off. It's like snowballing on the payoff. Specifically colonizing West Africa, I think is better than it should be. Or Africa in general, but... Building only cities in your capital province, food could come from other places. Yeah. But it's, if you have if you have negative food... Actually, I'm not sure on the math on this. I feel like it's better to have provinces in the green, in that this leads to, like, a more smooth experience. So, for every province that's not in the green, you're going to have to buy food. It's just that buying food is, like, really marginally cheap when the food is cheap, and so it doesn't really matter. And so when you urbanize every location, which we have here... it's going to mean that you have to pay a lot of food when the food price gets expensive, but if that's spread out, it probably just maths out to all being the same anyways. But look at this breadbasketing this is like kind of breadbasketing us, and also that up there was breadbasketing us. Oh, just kidding, it's not. Actually, I'm not sure exactly how that works. Does it feed both provinces? Or both markets? We're looking at Lower Styria right now and we're asking ourselves some questions. These two locations are in the Venice market, the other ones are not. This is net positive of like 70. The ones that are in this market, a little over 70. And this is net positive of like 100. How does this work? Lower Styria. And it should be just like plus 70 for here. But if it's plus 170... Is it just not counted? It all goes to Venice. Oh, that kind of sucks, huh? So whichever one owns not even the most food, but whichever one has the most food in it, it goes that direction. Because there's three locations in the Vienna market here out of this province, right? And just the biggest food ones are not in the Venice market. That kind of sucks. Like, in this particular instance. I guess it's probably a wash overall, but... So what, if we produce more food in the other locations in Lower Styria, then it would flip to Vienna? I guess that's what we want to do? Professional armies are good for Coastal Fort. I'm not sure how good I think Coastal Fort is. Piss jug today. We got a jug. We got a jug. We have it. We can take a quick look at Coastal Fort, though. I don't even think we researched it. Protected Harbor is really good, because this gives harbor capacity. But the other one doesn't give anything like that. I think we didn't even research it. And are not planning on it. Maritime is, like, the kind of nice thing, but, like, the upkeep... Fortifications as buildings, you have to pay full upkeep on. Is my understanding. So, it's not 20% of this upkeep, it's the full upkeep. Do you like the creation of buy orders for this stuff in your market, though? You might. You kind of don't like tar creation buy orders? How much do you value the maritime presence? See, the thing is, you can get boats for the maritime presence, right? So you're upkeeping the fort versus upkeeping boats, but this is a little bit more resilient and also smooths out the experience. How does army logistics work? I tried camp followers, but they kept disappearing one by one. They kept disappearing. Were you consolidating them out? Weird that they're disappearing. I think this is our favorite war, but oh yeah, we have following through on threat now. And I think they're co-belligerents. Oh, they don't count as co-belligerents. Is that how that works? I think we want Boho's dirt the most. Decking into Boho's like the least. Like there's a lot coming along for the ride. We can force them to release countries though, to like damage them up. What makes Korea insanely powerful? They can kind of just peel a bunch off if you want. Is the like short answer. They also just are insane economically, but like, and they can flip Shinto. There's several things. Am I blind? Is there no potential base tax most? Nope, you're not blind. This should be potential tax base, not actualized tax base. But it's actualized. This is my first grand strategy game. I'm not sure what I'm doing exactly. I built a few roads and buildings, moving capital, and I'm attempting to increase control, spy network in place, etc. I find myself just watching the time go by. I'm worried that I'm building too much too quick. I'll bankrupt myself. What exactly should I be doing? You should just be vibing, dog, and learn in the game. I mean, that's like kind of what you're asking is like, am I doing okay? But like, don't sweat the learning curve is like what I would say. And just like, you're trying to figure it out, don't be afraid to restart. If for whatever reason you feel like you've scuffed something, and just generally like, yeah, like don't sweat it too hard. But then like, flip side is, yeah, you should just generally be trying to build profitable stuff near the capital, build up the capital. Like you can see here, we've urbanized a ton around the capital, and you want to have a complex of market access and control nearby, which allows you to get like max value out of those locations and stuff. And then tax efficiency is really important. Max tax is really important. Which this is part of why we're popping off super hard, is because we got the max tax on the burgers now. Yeah, we are filling up on the food. I'm gonna try to import a little bit of fish. Because it is just, we're running a shortage on it anyways. Wrong thing. Oh, interesting. Was expecting this place to core first. We're very close to coring that. They want money. How big are you? If you're just like an OPM, we're not going to give him the money, but... He's not. Alright. Can we maybe deck into someone else here, actually? We have too good of relations with them. Parma, we could. I don't think we have a CB on Parma. No, we don't. Yeah, still can't get proximity up to the coast yet. We're gonna need some more stuff. Pretty funny that Korea's giga strong. Best location in Japan? Probably Osaka is kind of what I liked. What makes the invite settlers interaction available? You need 5 favors. So we can invite settlers. Funny that we can invite settlers from Bohemia. They're in a coalition against us. It's a subject of ours. These annexations are kind of coming in too. Have we found an effective way to kill a character yet? You could assassinate him. If you get enough, big enough spy network. Can you annex the HRE at some point? Yes. How do slave trade goods change to pops? I forget the precise interaction, but it's like 1 trade good equals 200 pops. And you produce goods in a location, and it like earmarks the pops as slaves or creates the slaves, and then they like batch move after demand is created. So you need like demand in another location to like batch move them. Where's he reading the questions? I'm behind, sorry. Because there's so many questions. Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted, BY or BWYRM. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Welcome, welcome. What are your opinions on the native policies? Is enslavement of natives seems unnecessary given how easy it is to get them from Africa? Yeah, I don't like enslavement of natives. But notably, slaves do allow... Like, you can't run plantations without slaves, so if you aren't going to get slaves from Africa, it's actually useful. But I think you're just supposed to get slaves from Africa. But do we, like, trade more? I think we like integration most. Yeah. I think I like integration. Overall, I think it's kind of weak, though. Not really a priority tech-wise. There's the other colonial one that gives, like, plus 100% migration, so I think that one's better. How do you increase the trust of a nation? Base value is your Diplo rep, and then there's other modifiers, but the base value is your Diplo rep. You could also click the button for plus, like, 6 or something temporarily, but it's pretty marginal. How do you curry favor constantly? How do we? You get it constantly if you have an alliance. Otherwise, you can get a little bit, but not a lot. You can get like 10, 5 to 10 otherwise. Really, alliance is important for currying a lot. We have a lot on them. We want to ask them for money, but they never have enough. Anyone able to tell me how to break into another market if I can't build... One can't build an overseas trade building? You make it so you can build an overseas trade building. We actually maybe want to build a few of those. We don't have any discounts on it, though. We're used to playing Venice, where we just have these fat discounts on them. I think they're, like, not that great if you don't have the discount. Yeah. There's also overseas buildings for that. Oh, I keep forgetting that we actually have the spy network. Try to steal maps. Is Songhai in Diplo range? No, they're not. We need more Diplo range to, like, ladder up who we're stealing the maps from. If I want to expand the Dublin market as Ireland and Britain without conquering, I need a ton of market advantage. Yes, and also, as they build roads, you won't be able to. Like, roads give you a ton of market access. And so especially if they get the next tier of road, as they get that, they'll really be able to just, like, force you off of the isles, yeah. How does, long-range importing trade in reality work? It takes a lot of capacity, so it often isn't very efficient per capacity. Is it often an issue that you have no advantage in the node? Yeah, this is an issue. Novgorod has a better start, unless you, don't get the Muscovy advances, I'm dumb. Yeah, so this is... Novgorod has some sick stuff going on. I don't know if it's visible, but... I don't know if, like, some of the unique buildings and, like, events are tied to Muscovy. Because there are some really good unique buildings and events, but overall the content is a little bit weaker. But, like, Collegium is insane, right? Do we get access to that when we form Russia? I don't know. I think the Collegium's the big one on here, but like a lot come from events. This is also really nice max tax for burgers, and so I'm not sure exactly how that operates. Zero Moon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Eloro here, thank you for the new tier 1. Thank you so very much, you guys. 1 baboop per thing. I probably should change that setting, but maybe it's okay. Maybe it's just. We will get the baboops. But, like, Novgorod has some of the actual best privileges. And their tech tree is good, too. So, like, you have literacy. It's not this. Is it maybe not visible? You might not be able to see it here. I think frontage is also one of the better modifiers. You get frontage age 4. There's only, like 5-ish countries, I think, that get frontage. Hungary gets frontage, but it's like age 6. Orissa gets frontage. These guys get frontage. There's a couple others. But, like, this is one of the best estate privileges in the entire game. Just extra trade capacity. By a lot. And 10% trade efficiency. This is the biggest trade efficiency modifier in the game. And then, I think you have to pick one or the other on this, but 15% infantry power is also pretty nice, so. But the proximity is probably better. Muscovy is probably better. I don't know. Naval range affects the cost of exploration, so you explore at max colonial range, but it's going past your naval range, it costs a lot. Like, the initial putting it in, because the upkeep's, like, always the same. How do you pin things at the bottom above the map modes? These? These are on control groups. So if we wanted this on button 4 instead, we could click control 4, and it would move on over. And then also if we hit the number key corresponding to this, it will select it. And we can also, like, assign our armies to, like, numbers as well. So now we can swap between our armies. What's your favorite Indian nation so far? Probably Vijayanagar. Actually, you know what? It's pretty interesting to play Delhi. Delhi's like a huge struggle best early on, though. Can we annex them yet? I think we can, yeah. They're pretty small, so we're just gonna annex them. They're like kind of annoying in terms of they own like locations just in random spots. Lumber locations too at that, yeah. Was Milan? Milan's out of this coalition. It's just us and them and Venice. The thing is they have an alliance with... Oh, we could just break their alliance. What are we doing? We could do the same with Naples. Naples, do we have an alliance? No, we don't. They don't like us very much. But we could just force Palatinate to break their alliance. We have 100 favors with them, so that's kind of whatever. They made colonizing really risk-reward, as you have to colonize all 5 before you even start to get benefit. I don't know if I'd call it risky, it just takes a while. More food equals cheap food equals more pops, yes. So we are getting the price of food down, which is one of the reasons why we're not going to war, because if we mobilize the conscripts, we could just try fighting it without conscripts, but I kind of don't want to do that. I don't want to do that unless we are on... I don't think we're on tier 3 units yet. Or I think we just have the cavalry tier 3. Oh, we do have these guys. Just kidding. We could hire a bunch of mercs. We're kind of rich. Yeah, I don't think we want to fight without levies. Are there any starts that pretty much run themselves? I don't think so. I think he skipped my HRE question. Womp womp. Let's see if it's just... I probably didn't skip it. I'm just behind on the chat. It would be my guess, so I'm not going to track it down. Because I'm kind of answering everything. But yeah, I think you have to do the gardening stuff as like every start, especially early on. Eventually you kind of hit like a point where like you could kind of start ignoring it. Let's go, trade hub. You know what? We're only going to build a trade hub in there. Yeah, that way it eats into the other markets a little bit. The other markets will eventually get a trade hub because the burghers will build it, but this will extend out the market a little bit. Because we'd kind of rather have a slightly bigger market, especially if it allows us to steal that food province from the other one. He doesn't understand this after 1400 hours he's cooked, basically. Thoughts on Sweden? Pops are really rough for Sweden. Specific strats, you have to push naval. Pushing naval is really important. Carl Athan? Carl Athan? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. Wait, are they the Emperor? What? What is this debate about? What do we currently have? I think we have dynastic preference that we put in. We don't have... we're not electors, so we don't have that much. How do I get more building level in a location? Development and pop, mostly, but also upgrading to cities will do it. If you're thinking of towns and cities for most. I think plantations are scale based on RGO size, so plantations would decrease. But I don't think you're asking about plantations. I think this is the decreased antagonism one. No, it's not. Alright. Well, I don't think there's ever a reason to not vote yes on most of those. Are there still mechanics where pushing trade from far away increases income? No, but if you trade valuable things that are have really high demand from far away, they can be lucrative. G Fuel creator code Generalist, by the way. Yeah, basically. I don't get how maritime presence work. How does it say that under control or proximity? So if you look at the maritime presence map mode, you'll see the actual maritime presence. And as far as how it works, let's find someone who's going to be pushing stuff navally. The way that it works is that traveling through sea nodes here, if you have 0 maritime presence, the open sea cost will be 30, and then this will be 0. I think that's the way it works. And this scales up to 5 as the proximity cost through open seas scales down to 0 with maritime presence. So if you have max maritime presence, it'll only cost you 5 to move through a sea segment. But you can reduce this price cost by 1 with your naval value. And 0.5 with the tech in like Age 4. So then you can travel 3.5. And then your proximity discounts on top of that. Here you can see their naval a little bit for some of the discount. You could decrease this to sea zones costing like 3 a segment or something, which allows you to push control very easily, or proximity. And so you can see proximity through here is 27, and it's being projected through the sea. Oh, yikes. Like, the Ottomans should have some of this as well. They don't have very much maritime presence if they're using this, though. If they're using the open sea node. It's not relevant to us, though, because we can't really... This is the only place we have that has proximity on a coast, and I don't think it's a good harbor. It's a 20% natural harbor, I guess. I have noble rebels with 71% progress. Only the cabinet action. Do we get 0.07? It's not worth right. I should just let the rebel. Yeah, rebels aren't too bad, especially if you have regulars. I requested from Byzantine their market capital. Now I conquered Constantinople, but my market capital is still in Bursa as the. I requested from Byzantine their market capital. Now I conquered Constantinople, but my market capital is still in Bursa as the Ottomans. Can I change it back to the capital? Yes, it doesn't follow your capital, but you can change it. You can right-click. After you've selected the market, right-click and relocate market. Alternative, you can right-click on the market itself and relocate. It's a stout Austria. Hey, Targus, welcome to the stream. You're probably gone by now, but we're a little bit behind. Welcome, welcome. It is a stout Austria. We're also annexing a couple subjects right now. Waiting for food in our main market to resolve some issues before we go to war. We're having this issue because of winter, but we are net kind of picking up the food quite a bit. Picking up the pieces. Pro tip for EU5, get good. Big. Big if true. True if big, actually, rather. We don't want traditional economy. We have max legitimacy, so we'll take this. Yeah, but we wanna conscript our levies, and the levies, if we do that, it's gonna do the things. 1337 hours, that's a lot. Yep. We have about 1400 now, but 1337 is the meme number, so that's going to be the number we report. I'm Ryuko. Good job. Culture and religion swapped, and now get involved to control all land provinces, but there are still some building-based daimyo I can't get rid of. Getting rid of the building-based... Building-based countries are kind of immortal. I don't know if you could delete their buildings if you deny them ability to build in a war. This might be the case, but they're really obnoxious. Like, the banks forever are annoying. God, this is so ugly. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think players should have more agency to deal with building-based countries than they do currently. It's actually, they're kind of annoying. We can break the alliance with the Rhine. England is kind of useless, but they will send troops. I think we want to get over half in our market, which I think we're really close to, yeah. Is this place... Actually, let's see if we're... Are we using our construction? God. Sucks. We need more pops here. I don't think we have a river there. Yeah, we just don't have enough pops to employ all our ish in the rural areas. There's that one... Can we flip this somehow to count the food into our market in the north? This is maybe the question to ask. I think maybe if more of the food is coming from these locations, it might flip. I don't know exactly how that works. How it decides. Oh, you know how it probably decides? The provincial capitals in this market. I'm not sure how we move the province capital. The most populated or developed location in a province will automatically be selected as province capital. Also determines the market from which province buys and sells food. Yep, okay. So it's not the dev, it's the pop. So, let's just get more pop over here. To pull the food into the other market. That's cute. It's super cute. Hey, Byworm. You did gift the subs, so I guess we're that far behind. Womp womp. How can you make your ruler die faster? You put him on a boat and sail him to the ocean. Not guaranteed, but it does help. Also putting him in charge of army. Well, I think since we have that coming on up, and we're at half food, we maybe feel okay doing this. So, we don't want to fight the Palatinate, because we're good relations with them. So we'll isolate them from Bohemia. And then... we'd kind of rather not fight Naples, but I think that's what we're going to be doing. Let's raise all the levies, and then... in some harder to get to areas... if we have to march through, like, enemy territory, we're just gonna just as soon not raise the levies. Let's get these guys over. Alright, no one's disloyal from our raising of the dudes. Perfect. Let's do this. Have them come here, merge them up. And then I think that we wanted to just not use these guys over here. Just not worth the hassle. Are we fighting them? What? Wait, why are we fighting Candia? I'm stupid. Alright, never mind. I'm playing, like, the Venice run. I was working on the Venice run last night, so in my head, Candia was our subject, but he's not. You're doing some fantastic work on YouTube. Really good and well-informed videos. Gotta throw in a few nickels. Thank you so very much, my guy, if you're still here. It's pronounced B-worm. There I was thinking only Germans mispronounce it. No, I mispronounce everything. That's my secret cap. I'm always mispronouncing. Hi, Generalist. How do you choose which cities to create, which ones to leave as rural? There's like a variety of things, but generally, the more development possibility you have, the more likely it is to go urban, and also the better the resources, the more likely you want to keep it rural. And so mountains, forests, we're not going to urbanize much of these, even if they have bad resources, because it's not going to ever really have very high development, which scales a lot of what you can do with cities and stuff. But also, even if we're on a better place, we would not urbanize the silver, because we want the plus 100% max RGO size on the really good ones. And then here we actually de-urbanize this location, even though it is farmland grassland, which is good for development, because we are needing more food specifically in this province. And so we're also playing around food as well. Let's consolidate, split these guys in half. And then we're not going to micro these armies too hard in terms of like rearranging. Let's just disband this guy. Did we not disband? Let's disband this guy too. And then merge. We have a hotkey for merge, don't we? I thought we had a hotkey for merge. Maybe not. I know S is split. Shift S rather. We're just auto rebalancing these. I think that'll be fine enough. And then, because I think at this point he's really weak. We'll do something like this. Yeah, he's got like 3k stacks. Very manageable. The Zodiac Show. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. Do I need to keep nobility powerful for Parliament agenda? You do if you want to get agenda juice from them, but as they get weaker, your other guys get stronger, so you can get more out of the burghers, generally. Poland is really hard due to the Teutons. Always got Bohemia or Austria as allies. So, we kind of just showed this off, but what you can do is you can ally them, generate favors, and then use that to break the alliance. That's why we're not fighting the Palatinate right now, is because we forced them to break their alliance with Bohemia before fighting Bohemia. And so that's how I would approach that, generally. You were doing some fantastic work on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Really good and well-informed videos. Gotta throw in some nickels. It's pronounced B-worm. Also, you're not reading your Twitch chat. Sorry. I'm reading both chats. I'm just behind. I appreciate the gifted subs. That's my bad on the, there's the capital. On that front. It looks like they managed to put together a big stack over here, so we're just gonna move here to try and save our vassals some units. Game keeps kicking my king and his daughter off general and cabinet spot every month. Am I missing something, or is it a bug? That sounds like a bug. So we're gonna try and head off for this guy. Happens to me as well. Something about being a personal union. Maybe if they're not in your court, would be my guess. Because sometimes you can have your ruler not in your court, which is awkward. Yes, battles. What's your tip for Austria? I just can't beat Bohemia. It snowballs so fast. You can outscale Bohemia and then fight them later. But if your issue is that Bohemia is snowballing too hard, like you have to just snowball faster than them. Korea had better have best max literacy given it invented the alphabet. Well, just because you wait. They invented their alphabet so every farmer can take it. They are the only one I know of that gets a flat literacy bonus. So this is pretty substantive. Black Death, 45 silver for Plague Impact? No, that's super not worth. Is there any indication of the UI that will tell you which nations are could be released from certain provinces? When you're taking stuff off of people in peace... Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. That was accidental. I didn't mean to retreat from that battle. Oh. I mean, we have max morale. I guess we'll just go back and fight them again. Accidentally right-clicked there. Shoot. But yeah, we were right-clicking because we wanted to right-click on Bohemia themselves. If we sue for peace, this liberate. When you see this, it'll show you what you can liberate from them. And whatever you can liberate is something you could release later as a vassal. Although they're like nerfing that like interaction basically. Or they made it so that the cores go away really quick. And so... Is this... That's +1. I think we can fight on +1. Their army's bigger than ours though? We may lose this. Oh, they're stacked stupidly though. They're all stacked in the middle. We win. Thoughts on Sweden when video? We're probably not doing a Sweden video anytime soon, but Sweden has really good bonuses, but like they don't have a lot of pops and their resources are kind of terrible, so. They got a lot of random shit that's really good though, like their copper province gets plus 400% copper output. Majapahit has been a really chill start. Yeah, I like Majapahit a lot. It's kind of a sleeper. Is there a good way to increase population of a minority culture / religion in your country to eventually flip to it? Yes. Ugh. Ugh. If somebody pops to our culture, you just choose a different culture. And so that's how you do it in areas where you have high control because they'll assimilate better. So if we wanted to flip to a different tag, or a different culture rather, that's how we would do it. At this point, we're so Danubed up that I don't think we're doing that. I think we might be able to form Palatinate though, or sorry, Bavaria. If we move our capital over there, we could check that, but it'll take a bit of clicking. You may not believe in Land Sweden, but Land Sweden believes in you. Not like this. We do annex the subject. We gain all the land as cores, as we should. And it continues. We do end up winning the battle. He forgot to click the auto balance button. Is there an option to ask your ally to lower their opinion of another nation? I don't think so. How to improve growth of population? The biggest is making sure you have high prosperity. Other than that, it's making sure you have your food situation handled, which our food situation is really rough. Also, just to show off our food situation, raise levies -20%. This is worse the like less modifiers you have. So we probably are. Wait, what's this? Not paying super close attention, I guess, but we will have to deal with that. Paved road network, we're probably doing... We're not having loyalty... Actually, we are having loyalty issues. Not a ton, though. Who is disloyal, though? Yeah, we could just improve relations to get them out from this. We have to be careful though, because they can separate piece, so we do not want these guys separate piecing. I wish Naples had rivers. Naples is insane though. Should I concentrate my towns and the cities next to your capital? Yes. Will you, MP Fleury, were you for Master of Universalis? I'm pretty sure Fleury would just crush me. I think I'd be down, but like, Fleury's much better at clicking the buttons than I am. Like, and it's like not close. It would need to have also like the challenges also just don't seem very conducive towards like my skill set on Parabellum. I think I would just generally be pretty weak at Parabellum. Parabellum seems more like a skill check than a knowledge check. And knowledge check I think is where I'd do a lot better just generally. Oh, looks like we built to all the urban areas. So maybe you start building out a little bit more. We could actually just omega spend on the roads here. It's not that big a deal. And then from here, awkward that we don't own it, because we'd want to do it from here, but let's do it from this mode, which should build a little bit better for market access. That's kind of what we care about. And just getting this down on a bunch of these locations. I think that maybe is the road spend we want to go for, and then we'll just kind of focus on the war here. And after the war we can maybe do something else. How do you decide which to city and which to leave as rural? We've answered this question kind of recently, so if you're still in the chat, we've answered it. If you are a viewer and very handsome, remember to like the live stream. Big true. It takes so many ships to take maritime presence up, though. Yeah, it takes a ton. I think that's why people... And the fact that they sit still, that's why people think that it's not doing anything. You gotta investigate the map mode, brothers. In Denmark run, getting maritime presence in all the sea zones, London has taken me like 60 light ships and several years of just parking the ships around. Yeah. Once it's there, it's there. Yeah, it also decays slowly too. But like, it's like you're like, oh, I need hundreds of ships. And I think people are completely not aware of the scaling. That's like a really common question, is like, why is my maritime stuff doing nothing? And it's like, brother, it is. The fires rise, brother. Smiley Bobman, thank you for following, Big Dice. Can I see your estate taxes? How many provinces should a vassal have 2/3 and then integrate them? I'm not sure what you mean by 2/3 and then integrate them. Here are our estate taxes currently. We are going to be swapping on to favor the burghers next parliament, though. Oh wait, we're in parliament. Just kidding. We don't care about passing this. Let's increase opinion. We don't want plutocratic support. Inward, we're towards inward. Inward's better than nothing? Marginally. But I think we ask for law change and we go favor the wealthy. Which is going to give us more estate satisfaction equilibrium effectively, which will allow us to tax people a little bit more. And also we'll get more max tax on the burghers. Let's do that, put some guys in there, and then go hunting for their stuff. We maybe want to deal with these guys. I think we're better focused on... better suited to focus on Bohemia. Not Istria, too. Not my gumdrop buttons. Why is everyone rebelling? Only way to destroy the Hansa is to vassalize them and then declare wars on people and offer tribute of destroying Hanseatic coders. I don't even know if that works. Yeah, I really hate the immortal, like, building-based countries. I actually wish I could turn off building-based countries. Honestly, I think they're, like, cool and all, but I think I'm really annoyed by them, like, a majority of the time. By your lack of ability to properly interact with them, let's say. Let's call it that. We have to keep an eye on them. We can't let them get occupied at ever. See, we're zipping around here. This guy is gonna get wrecked. Maybe come back this way. Siege that. These guys are doing okay on the sieging. I'm playing Florence. Is there any way to get rid of elections every few years but staying as a republic? This changes your law, and you could use it to change your thing, but I'm not sure. Florence might have a special, like, they start off with, like, a special reform that might force you to stay on one, but as I understand, they could switch on to Merchant Republic, so I'm not really sure. I don't think that answers your question, but it is what it is. It be what it be. When I look at new levy tech, it shows the combat strength is the same. Is there a reason to research it? This is a question I've been asking myself. I need to verify this. I have a feeling that it, like, being up in an age gives you some sort of bonus, but it's just not discernible at all in the UI. If that's not the case, then sometimes researching new techs is like a strict downgrade as it relates to the levies, which obviously it shouldn't be. Naples gets a free Hungary, Poland preview. But yeah, no rivers. Naples is also the best location for, like, the capital. I just started playing the game and I'm playing Norway. Does anyone have any advice on what to do to compete economically and colonial with other great powers? With other great powers, I would suggest not playing Norway. Your population that you start with and the land that you have is, like, really important in this game, and, like, as Norway, you don't have either one of those things. Your land is, like, all mountains and Arctic, and, like, your pops are, like, 5. So, this Norway's actually got a decent chunk of pops, but, competing with great powers within, like, the first several hundred years is not, like, in the cards without doing something really funky. Europedia included pretty good stuff, yep. How many papables can be active at the same time? 1, right? I'm not sure. Playing Vijayanagar, should I create my own market since I'm the confluence of 3? Yes. You should always create your own market as Vijayanagar. We have a Vijayanagar start coming out soon on video. So a way to profit from colonization seems like a money sink. It pays off eventually. The big thing is that it gives you a ton of effectively pop growth and dev growth in those locations, and eventually the RGOs become sufficiently useful and the contribution from your colonies to you becomes sufficiently useful that it's, like, that good, but it takes a while. You feel that annexing vassals could circumvent the slower speed? How far behind are we? We're like 16 minutes behind. Yikes. Do you feel that annexing vassals to circumvent the slower speed of integrating lands is an exploit? What? No. No. Not at all. Like, from a design perspective, they want to incentivize vassal play. So not at all. Not at all. I think maybe it's better than it should be, but this is possible, but, like, I think that they don't want the play pattern of players taking all the land themselves. I think that's what they don't want. And so currently the incentive is such that you shouldn't take all the land yourself. And I think that it's like, mission accomplished. Should it be a little bit worse? Maybe. Yeah, Luis, I did answer your question, though. You should just let the rebels fire. But yeah, I'm a little bit behind. Fuck me, I want to play so bad. Interesting. You should play. I assume there's some limiting factor, like PC or something like this. How much of your country are they gonna pop out with? Oh, but the rebels never pop out with much control, so like the levies they raise aren't gonna be that great, and they also don't take any of your regulars. Like, rebels in general are just kind of feckless. The burger max tax is gonna serve us kind of nice here, and also effectively we get more nobles max tax. Just kind of trying to watch what's going on here a little bit while kind of chatting at the same time. Is the levy law for quantity worth it? Ugh. So I think quantity's better, but I think the law's like not worth it until you are just all entirely on regulars. Like, so H3 or 4, it's worth the transition. I wish we had the option for trading automation. I would have opted out of some of the goods. I don't want to focus on other options. Yeah, me too. I'm out for the evening. See you, Yankees fan, although I'm several bits behind, but see you. Yeah. You're probably gone by now. Godspeed. Sweet Prince. Gang gang. Is there a problem with late game flavor? I think there is late game flavor, but like late game... There's some cool stuff going on, but... Current balance, it feels like not getting into late game very often. Just because, like, it's like you've already run over the AI or whatever. Like, we feel pretty big here as Austria before 1500. Any tips on snowballing your income? Yeah, max tax and tax efficiency are real good. Huge blunder by Generalists at the Battle of Olumik. Not like this. Man retreated when he was winning. Terrible. Terrible. We could raise another army, or we could split our army. That would maybe be correct here. 2.5% more levies with a base of 2% is an insane number. It would make the law extremely pathetic, but I think it's only peasant levies. We start with it, but yeah, I think that this is a flat increase, not a percentage increase, but the levy combat efficiency is kind of bad. But I think quantity is just better. Have we pushed quant? I think we're like net neutral on it. Yeah, we're slowly pushed towards quantity. We should actually just push it. What are we doing with our cabinet actions? We're doing this. Because we wanted to pull more pops here than we're over here. So this becomes the province capital. I think it's cute that that's like a thing. I have negative sailors, what do I do? I've already built all the worst I can. I decrease your demand for sailors. That's kind of it. You're gonna have to like get the docks tech before you want to actually build any type of big standing navy for the most part on most countries. Can we end the rebels here? Rebel scum? No. History is not feeling it. You feeling it now? I don't know what percentage they need to get to. It's probably not a percentage. I've heard good things about quantity, but I tend to go for quality because I like seeing big enemy casualties. Fair. Man just has to be David. Just can't stand being Goliath. Terrible. Hey, Dr. Mo, how's it going? We're behind on chat a little bit. It's 2% of the 2... Wait, it's not a flat 2% increase? It's just 2% extra on top? That is so useless. I don't think that's WAD. Talking about the levy law. I mean, the levy law is like, that's insanely bad. Because they get like minus combat efficiency percentage or whatever. That's so bad. What the hell? Wow, so many people are in this. So many subjects. Maybe we're supposed to send this stack down to deal with this over here. I think I like that, actually. I don't think we have that much things, that many things. Yeah, and then this is freed up anyways. I think this is the war goal. We probably should have been sieging that first. I don't think we want anything big off of Venice, so we'll probably just take a cheeky humiliate and then be on our way. Liberate Catalonia, wait, what the hell? Venice, you naughty boy. You naughty, naughty boy. It's a Barcelona market. Do we want that or do we want Catalonia? I'm not sure which we want, but I think we're gonna take that off of them, off their hands, and humiliate them. Wait, how much does it cost to vassalize them? I think we want to actually peel stuff off of Bohemia, and that's going to be prohibitive. And I don't think we want to turn and burn yet. So we'll take that. And just get them out of the war. Bye-bye, coalition. And I think we'll focus a little bit more on Bohemia with the antagonism here. With what we're doing. I think we might just take and integrate Bavarian Forest ourselves. Not sure what all we want to do here, though, yet. Power projection, nice, nice. %, with other 40% from other bonuses, yeah. That's like, I don't know, I think that's supposed to be flat. I read it like it was supposed to be flat. How to consolidate but not lose the units? Unfortunately, the way you have to do it in the UI right now, I feel like, is to detach levies and then consolidate the levies. Do you mean consolidate regulars? Generally speaking, consolidation's a little bit weaker than, like, EU4. EU4, there's, like, a finite frontage usage. Here, this guy only actually uses 94% of a frontage, because he's at 94% strength. And so it's not as bad to have the guys smaller. Because if they're damaged, they'll only use partial frontage. It's not as big a deal. It's still net better, but it's much more marginal. Lubeck has fallen. No, not Lubeck. Fleury's monstrous in EU4, but he's such a friendly and courteous guy person. He is very friendly. I'm a big fan of Fleury. You play as a native, what's the best way to get your institution to spread to your land? Cry. I think in theory you can try and find Greenland into Iceland, but I think in practice I don't think that that's possible. You have to, like, find tin so you can explore, and, like, I think you just cry a lot. Have you ever seen the unsupported merchants debuff? It has no tooltip. I probably have. I don't have a recollection of it. I'm trying to... Oh, you're gonna try and answer some of these questions faster. Hey, Generalist, just want to say love the videos. Thank you, thank you. A lot of great stuff. Of course, you seem to have the best understanding of all the systems. Maybe. I think I have the most hours out of any content creator right now. Hi, I have some questions if it's okay. Alright, 1. How do I increase maritime access over the sea? You patrol in the sea zones, it's going to look like they're not doing anything, but if you look at the maritime presence, they're slowly increasing it. They will just sit in that sea zone until they get to 100, or until every location within that sea province gets to 100, which will take a little bit of a while. Two, when I'm importing from another market, is my trade priority based on trade advantage in my market, or non-existent trade advantage in the market I'm importing from? Wherever the goods are leaving from, that's the trade advantage you use. So it would be your non-existent trade in the other market, or your non-existent advantage. When I look at the new levy tech, it shows their combat strength 1. Is there any reason to research it at the same strength? Age of Renaissance versus Discovery. I feel like there's a modifier that new age stuff is a little bit better. The way it works for regulars, the way that the better is the units are just bigger. I've said this in a couple spots. I'm not sure, and there's no verifiable way to check this. And if not, then you're actually downgrading your army by researching some of the texts, which I think is just wonky and bad. I don't know. I have to maybe kick up more of a stink about it in, like, the creator Discord or whatever. Some other people have raised this concern. I don't think it's been directly addressed. But I also think that levies are kind of overtuned right now, so like there might be like just general rebalancing. How to increase the speed of annexing the PU partner? It's generally going to be really slow if they're really big. Generally getting bigger is the way you increase it, but also there is... rapid unification is much, much faster. In a battle, should an RD be in the front lines or the reserves? I'm not 100% sure if they get to fire if they're in the reserves. If they do, they should just be in the reserves. I'm not sure if you get to bombard unless you're on the flank. I think you probably do, and so I think it's probably reserves, but it's a bit of micro. Although it's better to have them on a front than having the front empty. Like, you'd rather bring their stats in if, like, you don't have better options. But they just have worse stat lines than infantry most of the time in the early game. Later on, it's not the case, but... That's a funny looking Pisa. They got claims all over the place. Pisa gets a lot of claims. I don't know what Pisa has, like, some events where they get claims on Sardinia. So I think all things equal, we'd actually like to subjugate them. Looks like we can't. Because they are a duchy. We could annex them and then release them, though. If they have cores here. Looks like they do. Also, Siena we could annex release. Maybe we have this army go south then. Because we don't have anything down there. Yeah, Bohemia's a little bit weak. I mean, 2 or 3 provinces. How many provinces should a vassal have? 2 or 3 and then integrate them? So you're going to be pressured in like 2 directions. One is that less provinces means they effectively get more cabinet actions, and when they have more cabinet actions, very often they will use increased development, which is nice, or they will convert the provinces for you, which is nice, these types of things, or you can use them for this purpose. But it's going to require you to use, especially if they have exactly 1 province, then they really use dev province a lot, but you can see here, they're deving the province, which is nice. So this province is going to show up with more development, and it increases your net development. So from that perspective, you want them to just be 1 province. But it's more of a strain on your Diplo as a resource, the more of them you have, so... to some extent, it's like... can we afford this type of thing? Keep forgetting. Steal maps. Haven't seen that before. What are you, where are you going, Step Morocco? And then I think we wanted to cancel improve opinion on anyone who's 200 plus, which is a lot of them. And then improve opinion on our subjects that are low. We don't have any more diplomats. Cool, 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 cool. Where can I sort by profit? In the markets view. So in the production view, if you do lists display, you could sort by profit, and it's going to be, it's going to vary by market, right? Just wish we had a river in Naples. Difference between heavy cav and lancers. I noticed lancers just recruit 200 stacks, but the stats are exactly the same. You, for your power, for how much damage you do, you multiply the power times the number in the unit. So lancers do twice as much damage because they have twice as many guys in the unit. But their stat line's the same, yeah. Where are you supposed to get peppers early game in Europe? You're not. You're supposed to get them from India. Egypt will sometimes import them, so you can import them from Egypt if they're importing enough of them from India, but usually they don't import enough for you to trade from them, trade with them for it. Ba-boom. That should be over quick. Unless we retreat from the battle. Is Ming powerful normally? Ming normally does okay. Ming and Wu both do pretty good generally. I think we maybe try and take a crack at his mega stack there. BJ getting instant 60 ducats a month after making their own market is so funny. Yep. Real important. Doubles the size of your economy, basically. Research tier list when? We would probably have to do this on a per tree basis, because there's about 100 techs per tree. I don't know if we could do per age tier list. That's a lot of text. I would do it if I had access to pictures of all the text, but at the actual production of ripping like 100 pictures is actually incredibly tedious. Because I would have to screenshot and then remove background and then export every single one of these. Because I don't think this icon I can find in the game files, but the icon with the other thing, I mean, I guess I could just use the icons. I don't have them memorized by icons though. The icons have changed so much. Like half these icons are new on the release build, and then like a lot of them are just the actual exact same. So I feel like you need the whole thing, right? Because there's a lot of things that have this icon, and there's a lot of things that have this icon. Like we can find another thing that has the same icon as this. Okay, look, there's the compass on that one, and there's this compass on that one. There's the colonial policy there, there's the colonial policy there. So you need to have the whole thing, and so I have to screenshot, background remove, export, per age, 100 texts, not including texts for like culture or anything like this. It's just a lot of work. I don't know if that's worth me doing it. If there was already like a tier list out there that like had those like exported, I would do it like today or tomorrow or something like this, but it's a lot of work to set it up. Once I set it up, I would have, like, the files on my computer. I could do it very easily. Oh, did we attack into something stupid? I think we attacked into something stupid. Yeah. +2 tile. Do we win this? I don't know if we win this. I think we do. It's kind of close. I think we don't, actually. Our right flank is going to crumple before their left flank. Or actually, wait, we're getting reserves. We got reserves. We got reserves. Their flank's dying. We got this. We got this. They reinforced the wrong flank. Let's go. Let's go. Flanking damage. Let's go. Any other reason to do vassal versus fiefdom other than maintaining balance of power? It's mainly balance of power, but I believe you can use vassals to spread tech better, which you can't with a fiefdom. And so if you're specifically releasing them to spread tech to you, that's like a distinction. And then fiefdoms integrate territory faster, so when you release a new one, they will integrate the territory faster. It's kind of marginal. Fiefdoms will also have the same ruler as your guy, as your nation, which will have, I think, positives and negatives in various spots. And it seems all pretty marginal. But for the most part, I think that it's mainly the loyalty thing, is mainly what you're caring about. So we get a bunch of cores on all this. And it is integrated. We probably should actually take a closer look at some of the things that we are integrating currently. If we want to downgrade any of their locations. Yeah, we probably don't want lead an urban area for lead. Especially with only 1100 pop. Or 11k pop. And these guys, do we want the... this fur location, I hate it so much. Because it's a friggin' farmland. It feels bad. It feels like you really want to not urbanize it, you want to urbanize it. Been playing as England and felt like adding Age 1 cavalry regulars to army made it perform better against France. Are they actually worthless and I'm imagining it? Well, so if you can saturate frontage, more stuff is just better. And do you have enough... The question is, do you have enough levies to saturate the frontage completely? If the answer is no, then obviously adding more is just better, yeah. If the answer is yes, it's pretty marginal. They're not that great. It's still better than nothing, though, because you saw there, it was a matter of attrition, where we were reinforcing the lines, and the first person to not be able to reinforce the lines was the person who lost, because his flank collapsed in that battle, which maybe is a little bit instructive, and so that means that had we had... had he had like just a couple more cavalry units, he would have been able to prevent us from rolling up the flank and getting our flanking bonus before he did, because he almost beat us to getting the flanking bonus in that battle. What are your state satisfaction modifiers? Astounding to me that's so high when max taxed. We give out all the privileges. Privileges are real good. I guess we could show one of these guys. Can we? You could screenshot it, but it's a bunch of the stuff. A bunch of the things. Wee woo. How many markets should I build? I like building marketplaces kind of up until the marginal, like, your worst trades are worth like half a ducat or something like this. But that's the way you should process it, is this earns me this amount of money, plus a little bit more. Because when we're like doing other trades where we're exporting stuff, it's even more valuable. We actually should just have way more tools in Vienna, though. We're like super underbuilding these. Yeah. We have some that just don't have a lot of things yet. Let's do some of that. Yeah, they integrate land better, but you don't integrate them faster, just to make it as clear as possible. It used to be that fiefdoms would integrate twice as fast, so you just make everything a fiefdom because you would incorporate it faster, but that's not the case anymore. Talking about recruitment law instead of levy law. I have longbow competitions for levy law, so I don't have the percent increase. Recruitment law. I think recruitment law is marginal. Do we even have recruitment law? I think we might not have it yet. It's 2% more of 2%. Yeah, that's insane. Did you test the monthly control for inward? I haven't, but like I feel like that was just like an oversight, like that was brain lag for me, because there's a bunch of things that give positive modifiers that don't do it. I think it's just if you're above the equilibrium, all the negative modifiers apply, and if you're below the equilibrium, all the positive modifiers apply, because Ottomans have plus 5% on one of their gov reforms. God, did this guy flip Catholic too? No. Not the Catholic. Look, behold, the Prince of the Ottomans. He is indeed a bey. Not like this. Does Diplorep help with annexation? I'm not sure. I don't think so. We're gonna take excellent diplomacy. That gives us some diplo rep, which is gonna make, when we resolve this war, the war cheaper. We almost have the war goal, so his ticking's gonna go away when we grab that. I think we do want Siena, though, is the thing. Maybe this is a little bit greedy. Yeah, we're kind of... I think we're being greedy pig. So, like, for the England question, our ability to have guys in reserves so that when they get churned through is, like, valuable, even though the levies are better units. How's the claim throne CB work? Sometimes I randomly get it after royal marriage for someone who's not even line of succession. Basically, if you're married into the family, anytime a ruler dies from either group, you get that, I think, or something like this. You get, if you royal marry a lot, you're just gonna get a bunch of them. Can we get a Wrath God Generalist? Oh man. I'm not warmed up, bro. There's so many people watching. Sumulum wait. Sumulum dumulum you, assuming I'm human, what I gotta do to get through to you, I'm superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber so that anything you do is ricocheting off meaning it'll glue you, and I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading, and I know the haters are for the day that they could say fell off, they'll be celebrating, because I know the way to get them motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevator music. That one wasn't very good. I flubbed it, and then without taking another breath, I started it again. You need the full breath. Let me try again. Assuming you assuming I'm a human, what I gotta do to get it through you, I'm superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off of me, no good to you, I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading, and I know the haters are for the day they can say I follow, but they'll be celebrating because I know the way to get them motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevator music. That was a little bit better. Okay, we got the thing. I think we got a boop noise. I think that was bits. Hey, thank you for the 100 bits, Zero Moon. Be nice, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, we can piece them out here. The war goal is... There we go. That's the war goal. You have to fully control the province. Not sure what we want to go through here. It takes less war score if we occupy the stuff. But I don't think we want to be a greedy. So I think we just want to take stuff off of... Well, when you take stuff in different areas, it decreases the overall antagonism. I wonder if Northumbria is releasable. They did a recent patch that they are releasable. I think they patched it and then they rolled it back very quickly, where the cores would go away. Expanding on the vast topic, is there a mechanical reason to use historical subject versus custom subject? Absolutely, there's a mechanical aspect. This entire war is using this guy's CB for returning his claims, so we're gonna get 25% discount on everything. This is huge. Huge. And in fact, I think that's why why the little cores nerf is in there. I think that's a little, I think there's a chance someone's been watching me play a little bit. And been like, why does he have 0 antagonism on Austria and he has a third of Europe? What's this about? What's that about? What do you mean he's never using Parliament for CV? He just gets them all for free? What do you mean? Not really knowing what we should be doing with some of our marginal stuff. Actually, you know what we should be doing is we should just look... If we grab a whole bunch of stuff, who gets really pissed, and then we'll improve relations with them. Other than Boho, of course. I think that guy's just gonna be pissed. Venice, Thuringia. Nuremberg, Brunswick. Oh, we don't have a diplomat now. Alright. This isn't the PCO we want. We're just putting that in so we can look. Wish we could rename custom subjects. I want to release a land and call it Denmark and call it Danelaw. Dane Blast. I remember Magic the Gathering, there was a set, Cons of Tarkir, where there was a card called Dune Blast, and it was just this really expensive card that was wholly impractical to use, and someone used it in their limited deck, and he was a Danish guy. And so when he, styled on his opponent by playing this card that probably shouldn't have even been in his deck to begin with, everyone started calling it Dane Blast. It's like 7 or 8 mana to play it or something. Did not belong in a limited deck. Is data tradable a commodity? Kind of. You can take it on as, 2 or 3 Italians and banks, but it's kind of a niche thing. I'm not sure you could trade it. I think you could just take it on. Oh, we probably actually want to start thinking what we want in our peace deal, actually. Yeah. We can't actually isolate them very easily. So we're just gonna have to take the stuff. I guess we just move it up and do this. And humiliate or something. We're not gonna ever have this guy where he's not joining a coalition against us at this point. Venice we can get to the point where they're not, but well, maybe not. Maybe we should have peeled more off of Venice as a consequence. I'm trying to catch up on the chat though. Has the grass been touched? Nope. I think this is one person who really understands all the mechanics. Where? of this game. Thanks for sharing wisdom. You're welcome. You're welcome. Instead of tier list, you could do it by branch. Maybe highlight some good ones. Yeah, I think I would do it by branch. But yeah, maybe tier list is not... The thing is, tier lists just go way harder. Like, Like, YouTube, like, really likes the tier lists a lot. So doing it via tier list is really preferable. Are they silver? There's silver in them hills. So I think we do want to take that. We just want to make that a subject of ours. Or we can feed it to this guy, actually. That doesn't seem terrible. And we can make... I think this is kind of the peace deal we want. And then we have to make this make sense. Yeah, that's what we'll go for. They're almost full occupied here. I mean, maybe we're supposed to actually take a little bit less of some of this stuff. Take that stuff. I think this guy still has other cores. He does. And then maybe take Siena? Does state satisfaction impact levy size? Not directly. Technically, the state satisfaction affects local satisfaction, which affects control, which affects levy size. So, in a roundabout way it does, but not like in a direct way. Somehow England in 1340, when France declared, only had 1.1k levies. He probably clicked a no-no button from his parliament, giving him decreased levy size. And the thing is let's take a look at England real quick. Let's take a look at England's control and explain some of this, eh? England will have really low control. This is a little bugged UI. England will have low control. The low control gives you minus levy size, right? Yeah. This stacks additively with other levy size modifiers, so if you get minus 25% levy size for peasants because you clicked the parliament button, you will have 0 levies from this location. They also might have given out, which they shouldn't have this early, this will brick all their levies if they give that out. Or they might have done both. Maybe it does affect it? I don't think satisfaction affects levy size. Pretty sure it doesn't. If it is low enough, we will not be able to recruit army levies and naval levies from that estate. So that's probably what it is. They passed a negative threshold that's really low. That makes sense. Because you don't see, like, the less levy size modifier on, like, satisfaction or anything like that, but yeah, that makes sense. At least I don't think. Yeah, so you see normally, it's like this lack of control and fewer levies combined. But yeah, maybe they have, like, peasants have no satisfaction. It's like a threshold, like a light switch. Is importing or manufacturing or building RGOs without manufacturing more important when complete production chains aren't available? Well, if you have a really good advantage in producing the good, then you should import to make it work, yeah. You can import cloth or iron, yeah, and that'll be pretty good. I think you would rather import the RGO and produce the finished good in most cases, if that's what your question is, rather than import the finished good. But if you're early on and you don't have a very big economy, like importing the finished good just to like have it might make more sense. If you have really good RGOs, you want to push RGOs. It's probably, if you have traditional economy, you'd rather the RGO. If you have capital economy, you'd rather the finished good. And just generally, especially as time goes on, you'll be pushed towards cap economy, so... Below 25, yeah, okay, chat's hitting us with the knowledge. Do you plan on making a building or trade video anytime soon? I think there's gonna be an official video on the Paradox YouTube channel. I wrote the initial script / outline for that video, and that kind of has a lot of my basic eco, like, perspectives, but I might also make a video sometime soonish. This guy. No, I want you to go. And then come back. That was this guy up here, I think. Yeah, baby. He converted a lot of stuff. Wait, why did we have this chord? We don't have Hungarian accepted. Why is it chord? Frick. Is that a bug? We didn't accept Hungarian. Hungarian's not even tolerated. Why is that a core? That's not supposed to be a core. Excessive salty. Thank you for follow, Big Nice. That's not working as designed. I hate Vassal Army is not attaching to me, even though I've sent them to supportive and allowed attachment. They're just sitting in the land. They are not disloyal, Sag. They are not disloyal and they're just sitting in their land. Interesting. You know something about estates not building any building for like 200 years? They're not making enough money. You can hover this and see what's going on. But sometimes their monthly expenses are less than their income after taxes. So, when that's the case, they don't build anything. So that's what's going on here. Because they don't save up any money ever. But like, we do see our clergy building here or there. Our clergy are going to be having extra income. Wow. I tried not taxing them all for years and nothing changed. They're buying their needs. You just don't have enough tax relative to the population size. Unsupported merchants gives minus 25 trade advantage to a singular market. That sounds like it's an event thing then. 25 flat trade advantage is also not that big a deal, to be honest. So we were thinking of doing this. And then we release either Pisa or Siena. Could peel something off the Papal States, kinda don't want to. Let's see if there still exists. Nope, there does not exist. The cores have been bricked. We can't make Corsica. A sad day. Otherwise we would take a piece of Corsica and release Corsica. Womp womp. Womp womp. I think this peace deal is pretty good though. I think this is about what we are interested in. We won't have to make any additional subjects here with this either. I guess releasing these guys is maybe something we'd be okay with, or transferring them even. I don't think we can transfer it because Boho is a kingdom and we're not, yeah. So this is what we'll do. And then... We'll release Pisa, who has all these cores. Hell yeah, brother. And we'll release them... Actually, we have to check whether it's March or... Which ones are these? 37 from Vassal. 30 from Fief. So we want to make this guy a fiefdom. And then... Moravia will just feed their cores to them, back to them. And then this guy will feed the northern one. And then there is like one location there. We'll just core that ourselves. I think we might have fixed what we wanted to down here with the province. Yeah. Is this got more pops than this one? It doesn't. Wow. We want this to be the provincial capital, so it's pulled into the food goes to the Vienna market instead. It looks like we didn't completely drain down the food, and when we unraise all the conscripts, we should get a bunch more food production, so we should be in okay shape, I think. We'll put these guys not in the Vienna market, because we don't want their food demands to go in there. And then I think we can start annexing this guy. So we're doing 3 annexations, but Croatia's about to finish here. And then when Croatia finishes, we can start assimilating. This is not working correctly, though. We're not supposed to have gotten these as cores. Maybe we save? We show this save to somebody? This guy gets elevator music. I only caught elevator music. Uh-oh. We gotta enunciate better. So, yeah, I'm sorry I'm behind. I'm really trying to answer every question. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Is there a special reconquest CB? So your subjects will make CBs with spy networks, but only if they have a core. They won't, like, generate CBs otherwise, generally. Or I haven't seen any CB generated unless they have a core, so creating subjects that have cores is, like, really valuable. Is there some cooldown on levies? I can't raise levies. It said that they need to recover. It's like 12 months or something. You can't, like, re-raise immediately. Or 6 months? I think it might be 6 months. Oh, we have a decision whether we want this or Catalonia. I think that... Well, the thing is, we want to control the market, but we also want to release Catalonia. Oh... Well, considering... Austria's at war with who? Dog. You take care of that. Is there a downside to send levies home and re-raising them immediately? Nope, there's not. It's, like, not supposed to work like that. Or you're not supposed to get all of them back. You, like, get all of them back, which is, like, not WAD. Oh, we did core this now. Alright, cool, cool. This is not supposed to be cored. We don't have... Why is this cored? Is this something new in the patch? This is just... It's not supposed to be cored. We don't accept Croatian pops. Why is this cored? Okay, I mean... Ended up regretting Picardy and giving them all the land after watching your England video and realizing how much control projection I actually had in the channel. Regretting Picardy. Oh, you can just annex them though, but yeah. You get so much control. It's so valuable. It's like, England is strong because of their, like, geographic position of being able to, so... This is our control map mode, right? We have this pocket of 100 control, and that's what we have. England gets that pocket here, 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 kind of up here. I was like, bro. And so they have like 4 times as much like locations that are 4 to 5 times as many locations that are like 90 plus control, 90 plus market access. I've also noticed when integrating vassals, their stuff is always core, no matter the tolerance. Yeah, it's just a bug. No, this is just a bug. That's kind of annoying. We're trying to play smart and tight around these types of things, and then they just hit us with the JK, you get the bag anyway. I was looking through Muscovy's country bonus and seeing they receive a lot of minus procs, but the only one I find is -10. Well, I think they get a building from a DHE, and then they also get a cabinet action that gives like 20 or 30% or something. So if the cabinet action, let's say, gives 30%, they have the one thing that gives them 10%, that you could see, and then the building another 10% or something like this. So they get 50%, and then base, you can go after that 50% land value for another 10%, so 60%. You could go centralization for 10%, 70%. There's a tech that gives 10%, so that's 80%. There's 2.5% off of the admin law, and that's like, what, 82% or something? And I think I'm forgetting some. Oh, we missed land value, so 92%. You know? Ottomans have more minus procs costs in their country bonuses. Yeah, but the Ottomans don't get the cabinet action. The cabinet action's the biggest one. Is there any way to change the provincial capital? It's apparently the most populated location, so you just have to make another location more populated. Which is what we're trying to do to move, like, a location that is farm-oriented, or a... We're trying to move the food basis over into this location, or into this market. Because this location is the... Which one is it? This location is the market capital. We want this, or the provincial capital. We want it to be this location, because then it'll feed the food into this other market. Very cute. Very cute. Patrol map mode's looking alright here. Cores are happening to everyone rather than specific situations. Yeah, I mean, this is just a bug. How do I mint more money? Is it based on how much gold and silver I produce? Your efficiency is throttled by if you have gold and silver, but once you have gold and silver, it doesn't increase it, I don't think. I think it's a function, your minting is a function of your economy size. This just makes it so you get more inflation if you're producing a ton of gold and silver. And it creates buy orders. But I think it scales just with your economy size. What are you streaming? Just woke up? We're playing a little Austria, mainly answering questions. We're almost caught up with the chat after like hours of trying to catch up. I think hurting centralization could be a big mouse. You can't really offset the point 1. You want to push your cap to give that law. Yeah. Centralization's insane. Yeah, you don't get to minus 100 just with the Russia flavor. It's like everything combined, you get to minus 100, I think. But I think that they also were planning on nerfing that, so I don't know if it's been sufficiently nerfed or it's been nerfed correctly or whatever. Okay. In theory, we probably have some wars around somewhere that are decent. Jesus, we're so big now. We just have like close to half the HRE now. It's kind of a little silly. Pretty sure we could sort by antagonism. And then we'll cancel anyone who's already 200. What? Oh, I thought that was our territory. Alright, fair. Fair enough. Can you form Austria-Hungary? I don't know. Certainly not now. I don't know if there's flavor for that if you have a personal union. I don't think there is. I think you just annex them if you're a personal union and call it Austria-Hungary. Holy, we have so much money. How far are we from the next parliament? I wish this assimilated area wasn't useless because everywhere's just court anyways. Well, let's swap this back to proximity mode. And I'm not sure we are getting proximity down that low. But we do have this market capital now. So in theory from here, we want to build the proximity stuff out. We'll do this into our subject here to give them better market access. And because we want locations to have roads in them. God, this is so stupid though. I don't know if we have the right prices down here. I think... Actually, you know what? I think we maybe want to destroy this market. Is it pulling locations from Vienna? It is. Are these food locations? They are. Yeah, screw this market. I don't want to play with you anymore. I could have sworn I clicked that market. Definitely want to destroy the Vienna market, though. Do you know if any of Hungary, Poland, and Mamluks can compete power-wise in the content to the likes of Ottomans and Muscovy, or do they get outscaled? Wait, what? Do I think Mamluks... I think Mamluks could compete. I think Mamluks just run over the Ottomans. I think the Mamelukes can compete. The Mamelukes have like the more important thing, which is pops. Pops are just really, really, really important. And even if like the Ottomans take like all of Anatolia, they still don't have anywhere near the amount of pops as, you know. Where do I say the core map? It is the integration map mode. Okay, so. We want to destroy this market. Alright, we're gonna right-click this market. Destroy market. Cool. Destroy the market. Okay. And then from here, let's build some roads that are going to improve market access. I don't know why the AI has not actually prioritized roads for this guy at all. Gonna eat into this market a little bit, but also we didn't check to make sure the prices are collapsed, but I think it's kind of whatever. Build it close to the market capital because we just want more wood there. And that should actually honestly ease the strain on our other locations because they're likely to, there's this huge surplus of wood to export it. Should really make regional buildings more important for control, having a regional core to regional capital city. I mean, they did. I thought it was a problem. Bailiffs used to be much better. But the thing is like, if you make the regional systems good, you just get to completely ignore the mechanic. Like, if there's a strong regional system for control, for establishing, like, flat control, with all the modifiers that they exist for control, you just get to ignore the mechanic, which I don't think is, like, within the design principle or, like, idea of the game. So, I think that, I don't think that that's an adjustment that, corresponds at all with, like, their, design philosophy. Alright, we spent down a bunch on roads here, which should be fairly good. Pisa? Big sad. My patrol sea action constantly freaks out in the Caspian Sea. Interesting. Changing the common language can help a lot for language power. You mean us changing to Latin? Yeah, maybe us changing Latin's better. Playing England made me realize just how much they fumbled in real life and still came on top. Imagine they were actually able to take over the Low Counties and keep Normandy. That would have been good. Would have been good for them. I don't know if the game properly simulates the historic material conditions in that way, but yeah, it should make our subject pop off really hard, or a lot harder. Alright, though, we could use some bailiffs. We're probably paying out. Oh, we're not even paying that much for the bailiffs. That's kind of cute. I was expecting to pay more, like super out the ass for the bailiffs. Bailiffs in here may be expensive. Not too bad. You can maybe bailiff the horses. Bailiff the wool. We're gonna need to bailiff stuff out here too. The fur, the gold. Yeah, this is not too expensive. Wool. Just the stuff we're pretty sure we're keeping rural, we bailiff. It also does create demand in our market, that's kind of okay. But it's reasonably good for us. I think we're getting proximity to dyes. So these will help out quite a bit. When Norway? Andy's Paradox did Norway for his creator video. You can check that out. I don't think I'm going to be doing Norway anytime soon. You think it's worth destroying the Edinburgh market? Probably not. But if you want to just have... If you want to keep Scotland rural, and you don't want to build, like, production up there, then yeah, it makes sense. Do you know why C-zones are split into provinces? It's just areas? No? I know if it was in areas, it wouldn't work very well for the way that they do, they propagate maritime. It'd be kind of whack. It wouldn't be granular enough. We don't care about the art. It's 4K for 20 prestige, good. I think it's kind of okay. Gives us a little bit more antagonism to K. We're kind of in turn and burn mode. Let's actually improve relations with them because we can. We want to annex another subject here. We want to continue using their CB, Moravia's. But us annexing this guy maybe makes some sense. Is he using Dev Province? I think he is. Kind of makes sense for us to do. Because we could actually get proximity up there, because you could push proximity through other HRE members. It's a weird mechanic. I don't think he has cores on, except for stuff we own. Oh, but this guy's useless now. Yeah, let's annex him. This is my favorite song. Do you think you could compete with a single Mamluk? Just one? Just one man? Certainly. We finished coring it. We're integrating it. Alright. We are trying to get the food from that province into this market. It seems like such a weird marginal... to me this is so cute because it's such a weird marginal like edge case where the market capital is where the highest pop is. The market capital is in one thing versus the other, one market versus the other. Very cute. We're gonna upgrade to Lancer. And then... actually, did our explorations finish? Jesus. Has no one discovered the New World yet? Bro, is it gonna be us? I think no one's discovered it yet. Can we be him? Us having Barcelona is kind of nice, actually. We did want to release him as a subject, though. We could make these guys a march. I think that we have enough, like, loyalty that we kind of don't care. And normally we'd want to move the capital, but I think this is fine. Can we build embassies? Let's do that. Wonder what the Irish and Scots and how to best exploit them for the glory of the English crown. I think you don't integrate them very quickly. You do want to flip Scottish for the privilege. But yeah, the lowlands in North France is worth considerably more than Scotland or Ireland from the perspective of like you being able to get control there. Hey, backseat captain. Thanks for all the content. I'm glad I could support you with the game by using the code. Thank you so very much. If people did want to support the channel, they can purchase the game, any Paradox product, off the Paradox web store using code Generalist in all caps. It doesn't make it any cheaper for you, but it does send 12% of the sale my way. So if you are purchasing a game for full price, it is a good way to support the channel if you are interested or so inclined. Do you know which reform or laws are required to form the HRE as a country? Not off the top of my head. I know you have to, like, kind of pass a lot of... So there's going to be a lot of laws. Can we look at these right now? There's going to be a lot of laws that give emperor comfort policies, and you have to get a critical mass of these before you can revoke. Yeah, I think if it were easy, it would probably ruin the game regarding control. So much of the game is like effectively governing, which is not just blobbing, which is due to the control mechanic. Yeah, I think that with the old version of bailiffs, there was no reason to not just conquer as much as possible, basically. Whereas like here, we're kind of overextended, and honestly though, we'll get decent use out of all this land with the bailiffs that we are building. We did need to think through what advances we probably want here. I feel like this is the tree we wanted. Maximum RGO size is attractive. Trade range is also attractive. There's also maximum RGO size in rural. Where are you at? That's so many we have to go through. Maybe not yet, eh? Let's get the power projection. I said we were staying Catholic, but honestly, I want to flip. We're not even emperor anyways. We keep having women in charge. And these bigots in the HRE don't like that. We do want Mercury Patio, actually. What are we doing? We really want Mercury Patio. Alright, let's do that. I think we could do a weapon workshop, maybe? We're not super good with that in terms of PMs, but... Yeah, the naval infrastructure stuff we kind of just don't care about as much. We do like the pop promotion speed, and the iron output and the silver output's probably okay for us. So let's do this afterwards. A little bit into those. We got another baboop. Radum de Goat, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Much appreciated. We get another... We don't want to be pushed towards naval. I feel like dev interior should honestly give you more locations to give dev, because naval infrastructure ends up giving you like dozens or something, and dev the interior doesn't. We could dev the interior for cheaper prices, or we could conduct a census for a little bit of pop growth. Pop's like a throttle. We're kind of doing alright. I don't think we have so much that we want to build, though, regarding Dev the Interior. We just did kind of a fat build with Dev the Interior, like, 10 years ago. So I'm not sure that's it for us. I think we will build out the rest of the roads from proximity perspective, though, that are like near the capital, if we can. That looks like we kind of already have. Notably, we are building multiple roads to the same location because some will build for market access and some will build for the other reasons. Like, we actually can build for travel time as well, for giving better market access to these exact same locations, which is kind of cute that this is a thing, but... I think the game does a good job of putting you in mindset of the capabilities at the time. EU4 was like a pure meta knowledge blob. On next year's this happens. Yeah. I don't know. I prefer when things operate in systems rather than like memorizing the stuff. Which isn't always like feasible. We're getting a little bit of control over here from... Just kidding? We're not getting... What are you doing? You're not employing up yet is what you're doing. Alright, fair. Does take a hot minute. You meant assimilating area, not changing court language? Oh, okay. I mean... This bug's actually really annoying, because it just makes the game so much easier. I don't think we have enough range to hit these guys. We don't have enough range to get a spy network on these guys, which we want for like the southern portion of North Africa. Are we imagining things, or did we not? I think I'm going crazy. I think I'm going crazy. Wonder why the Pope Man... Oh, is that why no one's discovered the New World? Because the Pope Man is weak? Pope Man's normally the one to do it if you're not. But, Pope Man's got some problems. Pope Man's a little weak. What do bailiffs do exactly? They set the floor of proximity to 20. So, like, here we have a bailiff, so it has 20 proximity. They do not give plus 20 proximity. They just set the floor to 20, so it's going to be... at the very least 20, and so this effectively gives you plus 15 control if you have an area with a 0 proximity, and so that will be useful. It's not like updating properly because visually it's looking like we have 0 proximity, or like it's saying 0 but it's not actually 0. It's like you're getting some from the bailiff here and it's giving us a little bit of control. So if we look at the maximum control, some of it's coming from the proximity to capital, but it'll end up giving us around 15 or it'll give us 15 control in these locations out here, which the map mode's a little bit bugged up, but it's okay. Pops and London are demanding rice and incense and giving me the control malice satisfaction. Anything I can do about that? Nope, not really. Not until you get more trade range. What do you automate if you automate anything at all? Automate trade and production methods, and at this point we started automating RGOs. So you notice the RGOs getting built around. That's the automation. Oh my god. That's not the biggest deal. We'll just keep playing. I forgot to click all the buttons for Parliament. Trying to answer questions. And also keep the date moving along. Like at this point we're getting to the point where we're like very large. Yeah, we probably should attack them. We have spectacular relations, though. Which is the... Where do we have... I'm looking for our opinion map mode. Isn't this our subject? Is that our opinion of them? It's not very useful if that's what it is. This annexation and us automatically accepting them is giving us way too much control in areas. Maybe we should just stop integrating pops. Because I assume that this gets fixed sometime in the near future. For the purpose of the run, we just do it with the Hungarian ones, I guess, maybe. Should we pull back on our slider? I guess. We're not using all of our Diplo or anywhere near it. Can ally most people here. Can ally people and go for them accepting our culture, which normally we'd want to do. I think it makes a lot of sense for Bulgaria. Let's ally Bulgaria here. And then... I don't know if they ever get out from under it. I think Venice we maybe can, but we've already exhausted most of that. That works for us. Do you know what the requirements for pushing naval agenda for Parliament have? I like 150 years with England without getting it. Pushing naval agenda? Well, it's only on the burgers. So you have to flip a lot of burgers over. So, like, all other things equal, if you could click the burgers agenda button, you want to, which means pushing plutocracy is generally valuable because otherwise it's hard to flip that a lot. And so you probably want to push plutocracy. Also, your levies are peasant levies, like your specialty levies, so losing out on the noble levies when you do this is probably not so bad, so you should actively push plutocracy to make it a little bit easier. Can you explain what modifiers you stack when puppeting Annex? When you do, when you expanding with Muscovy, does Diplo Rep do anything? Diplo Rep does a lot, with them specifically, because, let's see if we can pull this up. Ask them to become our subject. Goes pretty hard. We have too many subjects, so this doesn't really work anymore. But when you have low number of subjects, as Muscovy at Game Start, you can actually ask a ton of people to become your subjects. So you ask and annex in a cycle, if that makes sense. We could try and do that on this guy. You could see that if this didn't apply, we would be getting, what is 130, 150, 170, 180, roughly in the minus department. And then opinion and a bunch of other stuff is applying, so we'd have to work on some stuff, but like having alliances and this type of, I forget all the good like modifiers you could get exactly how big they are, but if we had no subjects, we could conceivably get Wallachia. They're a little bit big though, they kind of have a big tax base, but that's kind of how you open as Muscovy. It's a little bit interesting, because you can do that with so many people, but you can't really do that in the HRE because there's this minus 25 modifier. I think we got one person to be our subject in the HRE. Jesus, we're making so much money now. Yeah, the switch to the burger tax thing has been nice. We just wish we were serfdom. Take us back. I mean, we could try and go back. It's just, we shouldn't have gone there to begin with. What's our trend towards free subjects? It's 15. We could get rid of fewer levies. I forgot we were gonna have this for the progress towards serfdom. But I think we kind of wanted some centralization back. And so we could take this and do this instead. And then if we did that, we could also do the one that gives us push towards outward, because right now we can't push outward. But if we do that, this would double our minting. If we did that, we could push serfdom. And then we could get more tax out of the peasants if we push serfdom. Not a lot more, though, because we're going to make them a little bit more upset. Like 6.5% satisfaction reduction. We could get 18% more tax. I think that food production is actually kind of okay for us right now, though, because we're running into food problems. Yeah, I think it's too late. Because it'll take us like 100 years or whatever to really push the serfdom high. And then we'd only really benefit from like plus 30 serfdom for the max tax. RGO, raw materials output's kind of okay. Actually, you know what? The raw materials output just outputs more food too, right? We would be occupying a reform slot to do it, though. Our centralization's not pressured. But if it was, us getting rid of this for going serfdom, maybe it makes sense. I don't know. When we see a video lifting to the EU5 soundtrack, we can do that. That could be arranged. I don't know. I haven't been to the gym in a while. I don't think I'm going to post. I'm planning on, like, once the EU5 interest dies down a bit, getting back into lifting again, but I don't know about posting any videos in the near future because I'm self-conscious about how strong I am at this point. I'm going to be so much weaker. What do we want to flip Scottish for? Scottish have... I almost don't want to talk about it because it's just insane, and so you have to be Scot. This is unambiguously the best government reform in the game. But you have to be Scottish for it, so you flip Scottish, and you form Great Britain, and you flip Scottish. So good. That's like the big reveal on like I have like a list of like some of the best government reforms. I have to come through it and reorganize it, this type of thing, and also cross-check because almost all a ton of government reforms just got nerfed, and that's why I couldn't do that video. But for the top 10, that is the best government reform. I think it's more like an organic process. You take a bit of someone, then digest. Yeah, basically. Kind of digesting a lot here, but... kind of low development in these areas. I don't think they're using dev province, and I don't know why the AI didn't build roads for Bosnia, like, at all. Yeah, I just figures they're no good. Is the AI thinking the road's more expensive? Is that what it is? Because it's going over mountains? It makes it take forever for them to build, yeah. You can make all that land way more valuable, though. How do you zoom in and out on the text screen? Scroll wheel. On the mouse. Mercury patio makes me think of a fancy restaurant where they eat, drink food with mercury in it. That's what it is. That is exactly what that is, yeah. Invest in streetwalkers? True. I've got a Bohemia about a quarter of that size, but I'm still not sure what I'm doing. Boho's really strong. I think Boho's very strong start. Do we maybe want to downgrade any of this to town? There's so much more food, like, in Hungary than there is in Austria. I wish we could move, like, some of the food RGOs, like, swap the RGOs. Looks like we're getting back up to full, though. Feed me. Almost have too high opinion with people. We maybe want to kill this slider some more. We're looking for someone who's smaller that we could use spy network on. That's like over in this area. Not really finding what we're looking for. Have you looked at the Swiss Confederation at all? I like playing them in EU4. Was consider giving them a shot. I have not. Even if you're getting those bug cores, just culture convert anyway for the RP. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm just going to keep the cabinet action going, to be honest. To be fair, I do have some areas to convert anyways, but it's a bit of silliness. Wasn't Austria pretty much an archduchy? Apparently there's an event for it, and apparently we faded it. How do trade companies work? I built 3 of them, but I don't know what they do. They allow building of certain buildings that are really strong. I don't know if you can build them for them, or what. I have not experimented with trade companies all that much, so I don't really know. You have to save and reload? To brick the cores? How do you eliminate enemy units? They keep remaining strong and while retreating. Getting ping-pong with main army, Castile versus Portugal, Aragon. You have to... So the thing is, right now, when they fully dismiss their levies, they can re-raise 100%. And it's not supposed to work like that. It's supposed to recover over the course of 25 years. So, you have to occupy their territory, specifically territory with high control, because this will have the most levies because of malice. The way the malice works, and so if you occupy areas of high control, they only have low control, you can slowly make progress because their army that they raise will be smaller and smaller. Kind of. Or you're just supposed to kind of chip-shot the war. This is the way I kind of approach a lot of the wars. I think it's going to be a lot worse later on, but you just, like, look to get in and out. Like, you get the war goal, you win a couple battles, and then you peace out with, like, 30 war score, because you can get, like, a 50 or 60% deal with, like, 30 war score, and, like, the additional war score is just very expensive. Thank you for the office hours, stream. Dr. Generalist, helping me learn the course material. You're welcome, you're welcome. I think once we catch up on chat, we'll probably look to end the stream. I'm sure you've dealt with it earlier in the playthrough, but what's your take on the Guelphs and Ghibellines? I was conflicted to England run because French Pope means future England Pope, but I don't know. Well, that's a different situation. That's the schism versus the Guelphs and Ghibellines. I don't know, the situation's okay. It gives you CBs. At the moment, we actually wish we failed it because we kind of would have preferred these guys would have been easier for us to pick up and cheaper on the antagonism if they weren't in the HRE. But they are. Also, we're a woman, so we're not eligible. Womp womp. We've been a woman for some time. We've had, I think, 2 female rulers in a row. We could change our succession law, though. How's your Diplo rep so high? We could take a look at the modifier. It's all this. It's their... the cabinet action's a big portion of it. We're using a cabinet action for +4. We're using +3 off of Gov Reform. We have something that's timing out, excellent diplomacy. We have 1 tech that is Austrian and 1 tech that is from Diplo Focus, giving us total +4. The math almost looks like it doesn't math. Prestige as well, giving us a big chunk. We have a lot of prestige. Should that way for all laws result in value pushes should be handled, or only once remaining big ones centralization? Oh, that's not directed at me. Islamic Scholar gives -10% cabinet efficiency for 5 research, and there's a way to get rid of that malice. I don't know if I even think that's good. It's probably good early. Favor the wealthy, my beloved. Basically. So good. It's very interesting because it kind of sucks early, as most countries, but eventually it's just the best. It's also giving us a Pluto push, so it's good for pushing plutocracy. We're not in a position where we could push it. We have unique content that gives us aristocracy push, so we're probably not ever pushing Pluto. Right move for a law change, if I could possibly afford to in this parliament, is favor the rule to help push back 25%. Yeah, but we're so far behind, so far ahead of the 25% threshold, we don't care. I said Gulfs and Gibbs, but I'm talking about the schism. Yeah, I don't really know the way to handle the schism exactly. That kind of just seems like a weird situation that's like kind of opaque and like weirdly balanced and like not that great. That would be on our list of, like, situations we think aren't just... Or when I played through it. To be fair, I played through it several patches ago, so, like, it might be different now. And it's, like, kind of weird to report on stuff when, like, my level of knowledge is mixed. We could get some control down into Bosnia now, I guess. So, might be worth integrating. The thing is, they're giving us a Venice CB right now, so... Eventually. Excuse me. Venice looks annexable. Look a little breedable. Venice is real small. It's always nice to get someone off the map, because then you don't get antagonism on them anymore. We could also annex Bamberg and the other guy. Oh, we should pick the other option. What does your integration look like? Pretty close to done. Also that guy. I think I like what we're annexing right now, though. Actually, maybe let's annex Aquileia as well. Okay, was planning on playing Korea next, but might play Scotland. Yeah. Gotta play Scots before they nerf that. Yeah, it's just, he's clearly missed the balance pass. It's the Legacy of Osman was the best. It used to give 10 flat control to all locations, but... I really don't know what buildings to build, but I developed the hell out of gold mines and built roadstone. Yeah, that's exactly how you handle Bohemia. I think the Jurchen pretty fun, and your levies are equivalent to armored horsemen and nobody in Asia. Yeah, you just, your Jurchen situation, though, you're not supposed to, like, confederate, or you're supposed to confederate one at a time. Like, the Jurchen situation doesn't work that well. Anyone know about the Ottoman Janissary units? I built the Janissary barracks, but I can't build any. I do think you need to research attack as well. I do think you need attack as well. I can stand on the head of a pin as well. I just have a lot of money right now. It helps with pop growth to upgrade these, because pop growth is in part informed by available pop capacity, and then you get an additional 80,000 flat pop capacity. This guy we can switch to something else. That'll give us some good money. He's done his job, so now this should be the provincial capital, right? But it's not. I wonder if we have to save and load? That's the most developed area. There's more development than this location, and more pops. Let's load and see if that changes it. That's curious. That's interesting. I mean, when I defeat an army in battle, only like 1 to 2k die and 10k remain. Yeah, that's also like kind of an issue. Technically, if they really wanted to micro their brains out, they could hit and run you. In multiplayer, that's going to be a super obnoxious play pattern. I don't... Yeah, I think you have to win multiple battles, but to be fair, you like kind of prefer not to stack wipe. Okay, what gives? Why are you the province capital? Oh, it's because we have a fort there, right? So now there's more dev and pops. I think it does try and pull the market capital onto forts. And it does! Huzzah! We've successfully moved the food. The food from that province has been moved. This is like such a weird, like, fringe marginal thing. We've been a woman for some time, one might say our entire life, basically. Took me 25 to 30 hours, the EU campaigns are brutal. Yeah, right now, like, the game speed's a little bit... Or actually, did they fix that? Maybe that got patched. Competent diplomacy, hell yeah, brother. Except we, like, need stuff to spend on, not like this. We're not spending our diplomats as well as we could, but... how do I manage the second PU? Not sure if you come across it, but once you get your first PU integrated, it's not clear how to get the other. Come in here. Ah, there's a parliament button, but we don't have it. Wait, just kidding. We do have it, you just can't see it. You call the parliament, and you get the parliament through. Hello there. Hey, Hamkits, how's it going? What buildings are important to build? Are fishing villages good? Farming fishing? Well, the fishing villages are bad. If you absolutely positively must get sailors, they are a way to get sailors. But they're just generally kind of bad. Are we getting any control down here? Probably not. It's probably just bailiffs. We have some bailiffs over here. The proximity. Decent control, though. Actually, that's not our real control. Yeah, that's the fake control. Hey, Sweet Sour, thank you for the 5 USD. Oh man, sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Generalist does lifting, might help with... Does lifting weight helps with mat games? Yes. Also, making a man a knight does make him a better fighter. Thank you, Sweet Sour. Much appreciated. Sorry I'm behind on the chat. Denmark is so OP. Declare war on anyone who cares about their allies. Wait 1 year. Offer the OP ally a sound toll exemption and a separate piece. And boom, no allies. Yep. He's figured it out. And then what's great, if you declare war on him again, it bricks the sound toll. You can always offer the sound toll. There's never a time when you can't. Auto-bricking sound toll. Let's go. How we drew it up. So I think this is what we do. Where's the capital of Sicily? I mean, we assume it's in Sicily, but it's a dangerous assumption. Loki would like to just subjugate Sicily because they have claims, dog. And we can also do something about Chur. We don't mind about co-belligerating. Is this us having good relations with Chur? Chur being a co-belligerent. Oh, we can't get it low enough. We could either not co-belligerate them, or I think we just don't co-belligerate them. Yeah. We just co-belligerate Sicily. What? But Chur is not a co-belligerent. Okay. We probably should have gotten our armies in place first, but I don't think it matters too much. Was it winter right now? Frulians, where? Where indeed? Some things give 25 levy combat ability, but I can't find in the unit UI where it appears. Usually the modifiers appear here for the power, but for levies, you're saying? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Could probably investigate, but... Go to your ledger and click modifiers? Yeah, this is... If you want to see what the modifier is, that's the best way to do it. But to see where it shows up in the UI, I don't know. Do you know how to transfer units between armies? I can't find a button for it. Yeah. Here. You create a new unit, and then you send them on their way. We're hoping someone just occupies that so we don't have to, because we're feeling a little lazy. Max RGO size 20, or 10. We should see... The AI's handling our RGOs, so I think we should see a bunch of RGOs come on up. This guy's disloyal, the other guy's disloyal too. Oh, because we didn't raise our armies. That's fair. We're going to support loyalists. Not the most efficient way to handle this, but... The more efficient way is raising our armies, but we don't want to hit the food, and they're back to annexing again. We could also put some of these guys on scootage so they don't roll up such a more powerful army. Is this part of the chorus? Yeah. We're gonna feed that to a pizza. Sure how that your attitude towards the schism is how people felt at the time. Very awkward. It is pretty awkward. And it's looking submissible and annexable. I can see total. I can see the total modifier there, but where in the unit stats does it apply to? I think the damage done and the damage, maybe damage taken. I'm not sure. I think it's just the damage done though. I have a question. Since you played Japan, I've been told that there's a lot of female rules in Japan, and that they shouldn't be the case since shoguns weren't allowed to be female. But there's some clans that have women as leaders because they weren't eligible male heirs or rare circumstances. What are your thoughts in this regard? I don't have a strong opinion on. So lacking like proper knowledge myself of like Japanese like culture or whatever during this time period, I don't have a very strong opinion on it. There's support loyalists here as well. This is no good because we don't need to actually support this many loyalists, but this is not the worst. Is that a bug with secession law, or is it just completely ahistorical? I have no idea. I would need to know more about like the precise history. I don't have enough context. I apologize. Poimu, thank you for the 84 raiders. Oh man, welcome, welcome. We were trying to catch up with chat and wind down. Welcome, welcome, my guy. Good evening. Do you know how to stop Protestantism? I tried to stop it. No, it's just gonna come, but then you convert them back. It's not too big a deal. You get them though. There's not a lot of agency for you in that regard. I think we're gonna have to do it ourselves. Chat. We wanted our subject or something to just do it for us, but we have to do it ourselves. We didn't want to go clickety-click with the buttons because we're trying to catch up with chat. We should check and see if, let's check out our Twitch thing. Poi said anything. I'm like always trying to get to the bathroom or whatever. What did you do with poor Hungary? Delicious, we ate them. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I've just heard you called Poi, so I hope that's good enough. There we go. That is ours. I think we just... Oh no. I think we full annex them. That's a kind of obnoxious. I think we just full annex them and then release them. Alright, well let's head back. I think we can full annex them once the time is ticked down, because we control all the forts. Who are you playing as? I assume you were just playing Poimu? Poimu. Okay, okay. Well, Kurt. Gotcha. Welcome, Raiders. We are playing a little bit of Austria, but we're mostly answering questions. Here's the like state of affairs regarding the level of our blobbing. I have tech. It has a limit on to how many I can own and no comprendo. I have no idea the context what you're referring to. You could build all of the selected buildings across whole markets with one click. Yeah, you just shift click. Maybe we should have this in a UI video. Shift click. Yeah, you want to see a lot of like you want to see a lot of RGOs get built, chat? Wee! Whoa! Oh! How do you defeat an army if you can't stack wipe? You can stack wipe, it's just really tough. You don't necessarily want to stack wipe, though, because they can re-raise levies. You actually kind of want to just chip them down low, and then have the AI kind of just avoid your army. Is like the best thing for you. Are there any texts you should wait for before integrating vassals? I don't think so, but maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Nothing comes to mind, though. Do you know if there's a good way to remove someone rivaling you? I don't think so. Maybe improving relations with them enough. I don't know, though. I would try improving relations, but I don't know if that helps. Oh, maybe we could get the piece we want here, actually. We could wait a year, but I think we could just hard annex Sicily this way, too. I think we want Chur becomes a vassal, and then vassalize Venice, too. How many modifiers do they have for declared war? Just one. Okay, okay. I think this is a peace deal. We humiliate him. I'm gonna grab the stuff. Seems good to me. I said, seems good to me. Way you move. And then create subject, historical subject, Sicily. It's fiefdom because I think we just made a vassal. Maybe we didn't. But now we will get claims on this guy. Not seen that guy before, and also on Naples. The claims thicken. Everyone loves a big claim. How's your control map? Or we could even do this, and you can see it much better. It is bugged out right now, though. Call Parliament for PU is not available to me. I'm in Iberian Union. Does it make a difference? You should be able to use it. I need to stack wipe so I don't have to defend my lands. Continue conquering lands. I don't have enough men for offense and defense. If you stack wipe, it's not going to help you because they just re-raise all the levies. It's not going to be effective for you. Here's our map mode for this, for proximity. Is there a good way to know if someone's rivaling you? Or wait, I already answered this. Hey Gene, how's it going? Still streaming, just got home from work. Hello, hello. We're kind of trying to catch up with the chat before we end the stream, but here's our tax base, which is kind of interesting. What's other metrics? Here's our literacy. I think the control and the other one are kind of the two biggest ones. Three-piece tendies, thank you for the follow. Delicious. Did you ping Jane when you was trying to ping me? I think the big problem is power from armies counted as double when they are raised because it counts as potential and raised being active. I mean, that might be what's going on, actually. I thought it was WAD that they wanted it to be more when they were raised, but it just leads to a really uncomfortable situation, yeah. Yeah. How is the control map? I think we just showed this. Sorry, we're a little bit behind and catching up. Kind of okay for 1500, I think. If you have the answer. Is there a way to change the province capital? There is! Boy, is there. So it seems to prioritize a few things. It seems to be the place with the highest pop unless you have a fort built. So we were moving the capital of this province to... We used encourage migration to move the capital of the province to here because we care, because this is within this market, and whichever the capital is, that's where the food goes. And this province is plus 200 food, so we wanted that we wanted that in the Vienna market so we could get the food in the Vienna market. And so we did go about doing that, and we increased the pop a little bit more, and then didn't flip it from Tufer, and then we deleted the fort in Tufer, and then it flipped over. So it seems to prioritize fort, and then after fort, which place has the most pops. What do I do as Castile against Portugal Aragon when not enough men for offense defense? What strat do you recommend? I would try not to fight both of them simultaneously early on. This is Superman, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I would have to take a closer look, but I think that you're supposed to try and fight one and then the other, and not like just fight a two-front war. I also think you have enough troops to fight both of them, and you can lower your levies and then re-raise them as well. Like the thing that we're complaining about the AI being able to do, which is if you stack wipe them, they could re-raise full power levies. If your levies get depleted to like 75%, you just pull them back into your territory, lower them, re-raise them, and get a bunch of levies. But what you do is, as you occupy more and more of their land, especially high control land, then they can't re-raise as many levies. So like the thinking from the stack wipe perspective is not like the way you want to think through it. Population's the biggest factor, your fort will override, yeah. You delete the fort in the current province capital, rebuild in the capital in one, then it becomes the new capital. That seems to be how it works. We did not need to build a fort because we got more pops here, but that probably would have been more straightforward in retrospect. Just building a fort here and deleting a fort here. Castile devoured Portugal. Yeah. Devoured by completely. And Morocco. You have to let them get slowed down by forts and then aim to wipe peace one of them while getting your main goal. Yeah, I mean, I would approach it by just like trying to... I think you can fight both at the same time. I think it's just gratuitous, like it's unnecessary. We can ask someone to improve cultural opinion. Who would we want to accept? Well, so here's the thing is we haven't converted any Bosnians, but... Let's just do it with Bosnian. Right now it's bugged, so it doesn't matter, because we're just getting cores on everyone we annex anyways. General, can you do a quick tour of the rest of the world and see who's popping off? Yeah, we could do that. I think after that we'll probably be done for the stream, but... Because I meant this to be a shorter stream, except people have been asking questions and we just haven't gotten caught up once. And so, yeah, let's do a little bit of a flyby the rest of the world. So Ottomans are doing okay. They kind of generally get brick-walled by Bulgaria, but it looks like they actually got like a little bit of a landing spot here and are expanding out. I think Azov is one of their subjects, yeah. And I think this is maybe one of their subjects too, so they're doing well for the Ottomans. And are these guys a subject? Doesn't look like it. So the Aretids might be... There might be a future rumble between the two of them. Very often, the Ottomans is not very good at this, though. They're not very good at taking out the Aretids when the Aretids gets big. But it looks like they have a chunk of Epirus, so kind of strong for an Ottoman for like what we've seen just generally. France is kind of, I guess, on par with normal. Aragon usually isn't around, but they landed England. Mali hasn't collapsed yet. Mutapa is doing things. we get the Delhi is in fact collapsed. Orissa is doing very well for Orissa. We don't usually see Orissa pop off like this. Saptagram doing pretty well, aka the best tag with no flavor. Majapahit consolidating a little bit here. We got kind of normal Yuan stuff. Looks like they're kind of maintaining some of these guys as subjects. Usually that's like kind of a death throw type of thing. We do have the Sengoku Jidai popping off currently. Doesn't look like there's an obvious power in the Sengoku Jidai. Korea's not too crazy, but it looks like they have taken chunks out of... looks like they've taken a lot of little ports out of China. Very cute. Are they Sunni or Orthodox? They are Orthodox. And they're Venetian. The rulers are Catholic. The ruler line is Catholic. Their religion is Orthodox. I may have explained it incorrectly. In my game, I fought Portugal for a PU. I had to fight Aragon, Navarra, and Portugal. I ignored Portugal completely and white-pieced out Navarra and Aragon. By the time I was finished, Portugal had finished sieging 2 border forts and were very weak and just lost in 1v1. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, at game start, I think Castile is strong enough to fight all of those simultaneously. Orthodox Sunni. Actually, let's look at the map mode for religion. Curious, are they converting everyone? No, not like this. Not like this. Apparently this happens a lot in this patch. Speaking of the Sengoku Jidai, can you get rid of the building-based daimyo? How do you get rid of them? I'm not sure exactly. I think you have to ban building, but like you can't... I would have to take a closer look at what you could do. I know you can ban them from building, at which point they can't expand anymore. I think there's... I'm not sure if you ban someone from building, if you can then dismantle their buildings. Right now, like, that's a really low agency thing, and it's really annoying. And you generally can't interact, in my opinion, the way you ought to be able to. With building-based countries. Like, you have no agency, they're just immortal. And so, like, the Bank of Bardi is in here in Italy. And there's not much we can do about it. And I wish there was a game setting just to remove them from the game. Like, because they're just actually kind of annoying. Like, it's neat that that's a thing, but, like, these guys are just annoying. There's nothing we can do about them. Barty's over here. Ulster. The Fuggers. Who's the Hansa up here in the north? Bro, are you still alive? Not for long. Welcome back. We were just kind of catching up. Currently, I'm stuck in the Sengoku Jidai. Yeah, I would not recommend playing Japan right now. Like, you want to play it as a daimyo anyways. Like, you don't actually want to start as the shogunate, because the shogunate's supposed to fail, but even then, it's, like, annoying. I don't know, would not recommend. I've conquered all the land-based ones. Buster Hyman, that always fixes the... Jedi? Game hates you, that's the only possible reason? Big true. I think we're gonna see our way out though. This session how many years did we go? I think we got in a good amount of years because we were mainly just going speed 3 and just like letting it tick. We were played from 1480 something, so we got like 20 years in. But not necessarily as tight a play, I think. Especially on the econ. We didn't really investigate where we should build and build out the things. We probably need to take a closer look at that. Maybe we do that next time. Mainly trying to focus on answering people's questions, though. I think people would rather have questions answered than, like, watch the tighter gameplay, but maybe we should just alternate between the two. Just annex a few subjects. At this point, we're just very large relative to the rest of the world, so, like, or relative to Europe, we would lose to China in a 1v1 or something, but doesn't really matter. So we might also start another run. How long are you going to continue the run? This might be the last time we touch this run. Just taking a look at it, because there's not really challenge anymore. Making a good amount of gold. I wouldn't quite say buckets of ducats, but this is pretty nice. It's nice for, like, someone who's not naval. Naval's, like, marginally, like, kind of really strong during this time period, and then kind of doesn't get better. Bakio Delta, thank you for the follow, big nice. Playing first game as Bohemia, not as Ethiopia? How dare you? I've never seen a capital that wasn't a town if there was a town in the province. Oh, it probably favors that first. It's probably urban level. It's probably urban level, fort, and then pop. With that priority list. Tune in for questions and answering to expand my game knowledge. Yeah, that's what I figured. See you, Gene. Alright, I think we're gonna see if there's anyone we could raid on Twitch. We got the viewers from Poi Emu. Now we're gonna send them around somewhere else.
72, 77.
Alright, let's see who's streaming the category real quick. If there's anyone who we are familiar with. Oh, Generalist Gaming. God, there's so many people streaming it right now. I don't know who to raid. Who do we recognize? Recognize, like, no one. I think it's, like, just a bunch of people with, like, 2 viewers, yeah. Hey! Could raid Raul. We see him in the Vic 3 streets a lot. Forget if he speaks English. Maybe we don't raid anyone? We see a guy we don't like very much. From a viewing perspective, I don't know the guy at all. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, someone's playing Oman? Alright, we're raiding them. Oman, like, gets to form Persia, and, like, no one's covered any of that whatsoever. So... And then we'll be off to eat or whatever. And then we'll give the YouTubers the link as well. Answer any last minute questions. Why would I play Ethiopia, he says? How dare you. Is Corbett live? Is Corbett live? We maybe raid Corbett instead. I didn't see Corbett. I don't see him. Alright, we're just gonna raid. Alright, see you guys. Bye-bye now.